the Executive Director of National Council for Higher Education, is also here with us. We really appreciate your presence, Madam. Welcome to Kampala International University, a leading private university in Uganda. I think we are doing so well. Ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate your discipline. Kindly remain standing. May I invite the guild president? He's going to lead us in a prayer. Mr. DJ, thank you. Thank you, Mr. DJ. Can I allow you to make some joyful noises, celebrate, in a way of not pretending? Wonderful. Congratulations indeed.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Elie Moses, Guild President, Kampala International University. Kindly humble yourselves for the word of prayer. Dear Almighty God, we thank you for the gift of life and the grace that has sustained us for all these years as Kampala International University. Almighty God, we thank you for this day that you've made for us. We pray that we rejoice in it and be glad in it. We, Almighty God, thank you for gift of a new day. We also pray that you continue to bless this day and bless us with good weather to make our function colorful. Almighty, may you bless our parents, lecturers, for the great work done. Praise Almighty. We pray that at this time, come bless our graduates, bless KIU community, from Board of Trustees, University Council, Management, Senate, and students at large. Almighty God, may you also come at this time. At this time, we commit our country, Uganda, and its leadership into your hands, Lord. God bless today graduates with favor that will help them find success in the field. Almighty God's name, we've been able to pray.
Thank you, Guild President. The band. Thank you, band. That was the KIU anthem. May I take the honor to invite the Vice Chancellor, Kampala International University, as mandated by the Chancellor, to constitute this gathering into the 25th graduation ceremony. Mr. Chancellor.
Please resume your seats. Our distinguished guests, I will observe the protocol later on. As you know, the Chancellor of Kampala International University is Professor Mahmoud Mamdan. Due to health reasons, he was unable to be with us. However, the Charter of Kampala International University, which was signed by His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda, after endorsement by the National Council for Higher Education in 2009, has a provision, and before I constitute this gathering into a congregation, I would like to bring it to your attention that there is a legal provision in which the Vice Chancellor stands in for the Chancellor in case of absence. It's provided under Article 41E of the University Charter of Kampala International University that in the absence of the Chancellor, the Vice Chancellor shall preside over ceremonial assemblies and shall confer degrees and other academic titles and distinctions. Therefore, the Chancellor, having communicated his inability to attend and be able to exercise the mandate conferred upon him as the Chancellor, and pursuant to the said clause, I, as the Vice Chancellor, will proceed and exercise the said mandate in accordance with the Charter. Therefore, by virtue of the authority vested in me, I constitute this assembly into a congregation of Kampala International University, constituted for the purpose of awarding and conferring diplomas and degrees of Kampala International University. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor. I don't think that hand clap was weighty enough. Can we give a thunderous applause? Thank you. Dear graduates and invited guests, as the Vice Chancellor was constituting, I saw our guest of honor arriving, so I want to bring it to your notice that our guest of honor is here with us, Professor George Mondo Kagonyera, a highly accomplished individual, former lecturer, previously an MP, deputy director, deputy managing director, NSSF, former Chancellor Makerere University. Can we welcome our guest of honor, although he has not yet arrived in the VIP tent? My name is Kabuga Daniel Mlindwa, Deputy Director, Marketing and PR, and the co-MC is Mrs. Malinga. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to hear addresses from our leaders before the celebration, the graduation ceremony commences. May I take the honor to invite our chairman of council, Professor Mondo, you are welcome. Can we welcome the guest of honor, please? You are most welcome, sir. You can play that song in a minute as our guest of honor settles down. A song by our student.
But then you give around to me like saying I'm in the anger that you won't go walk down. You ask around, you are the reason. I said, David, she tell me by young and somebody. Savani, me say what? Can I want to see? I like me, can I want to see? Savani, me say what? Oh, I'm glad I do in your body, cause just fire, girl, I couldn't resist. No, I couldn't resist. When I pull out,
Thank you, Mr. DJ. You are doing a wonderful job. Dear graduates and invited guests, let me take the honor to invite our chairman of council, Professor Fred Mangeni. I have said this before, but I believe many of you don't know that he's a highly distinguished scholar, a senior research scientist, a US-trained medical doctor. Oh, I beg your pardon, sorry. Honorable Mawanda is standing in for him. I beg your pardon. You're welcome, Honorable.
Thank you, Master of Ceremonies. Our chief guest, the Chancellor, allow me to remove my mask. Our dear guest of honor, the Chancellor, my name is Mwanda Michael Maranga. I'm the Vice Chairperson, University Council. As you might have heard, the Chairman Council is an official duty in the US. I have been requested to step in for him. I'm the Vice Chairperson of the Council, and I'm a Member of Parliament for Igara East constituency, Bushain District. Our chief guest, the Chancellor of Kampala International University, honorable ministers, Your Excellencies, ambassadors and high commissioners, honorable members of Parliament, chairman and members of the Board of Trustees, vice chairperson and members of the University Council, Vice Chancellor, Kampala International University, vice chancellors of other universities, deputy vice chancellors and other members of KIU management, KIU academic, administrative and support staff, KIU student guild leadership, parents and guardians, graduates, ladies and gentlemen, in your respective capacities. I'm going to read his speech. This was written by our chairperson. Permit me, guest of honor, to read it verbatim. Welcoming remarks. At this moment, may I request my fellow members of council to stand up for recognition. Members of council, please. Thank you so much. Those are the ones who have already arrived, but others on the way. Our chief guest, on behalf of Kampala International University Council, and on my own behalf, I warmly welcome you to the 25th graduation ceremony, the first physical graduation after COVID-19 lockdown, being held on 11th June 2022 since the start of the COVID-19 pandemic. I congratulate the young men and women for their various academic achievements and their parents, guardians, and sponsors for supporting the academic endeavors. Let me recognize and thank my colleague council members for the great support they give me as chairperson to execute our mandate as provided for by the university charter. Mr. Chancellor, in absentia, but represented here by the Vice Chancellor as per the charter, sir, allow me to congratulate you, the Board of Trustees, the University Council, and the entire university management on this great achievement, which is a clear demonstration that indeed KIU is the best private second overall university in Uganda. KIU keeps demonstrating its capacity as a learning organization that is ready to successfully face the challenges that have resulted from the pandemic and related effects. I thank both the staff and students for their resilience clearly exhibited during the recent hard times. It is common knowledge that many institutions have been adversely affected and the activities significantly disrupted by the COVID-19. And it's only those that were willing to learn and move forward that have managed to stay afloat, KIU being one of the few of them. I am glad that Kampala International University has led on this front, which is highly attributed the commitment of the stakeholders of KIU, especially the Chairman Board of Trustees, Al-Haj Dr. Hassan Basajabaraba, and his entire board. I think they deserve a clap. As may be known, one of the committees of the University Council is the Appointments and Promotions Committee, which has done a great job in the consideration of staff promotions and staff development drives. I wish on this note to congratulate all our staff who were recently promoted to various academic ranks, including professors. This will no doubt make KIU maintain a high caliber of senior staff to advance teaching and learning, research and innovation in our community outreach programs. I also wish to thank the Chairman Board of Trustees, Al-Haj Dr. Hassan Basajabaraba, who has offered a 50% tuition fees waiver to postgraduate students enrolling in the 2022-2023 academic year. Our chief guest, this will go a long way as a COVID-19 relief strategy that will offer opportunities to humanity globally at this time of great financial and economic hardships. This is a huge milestone on human capital development, with more staff expected on the staff development program for a sustainable staff capacity supply, especially in the engineering, law, and health sciences. I commend the Vice Chancellor, Professor Muhammad Mpezamihingo, for his able leadership, the Deputy Vice Chancellors, the entire management team, the University Senate, the academic and non-academic staff, students, and our strategic partners, and all key stakeholders that have played different key roles in supporting KIU to make this tremendous contribution to the education sector. Mr. Chancellor, sir, I wish to reiterate the exceptional commitment and enormous support of the entire University Council, the vision of KIU. I would like to congratulate the honorable members of the University Council who continuously and expeditiously bring the intellect and wealth of professional experience to the Council. To the graduates, when I look back, now it is clear that when I graduated in 1982, it was just the beginning, and so much has happened since then. Sooner than you think, you too will look back on 2022 and say to yourself that it is still the beginning. Let me say that in a world that is on the move, you should be proud for having accomplished what you started. If you are wondering what to do next, KIU is the option. Getting back into a new graduate mindset might help you get back into action and connect with the world. If you want to change the world, you must be willing to take risks to have a chance to use your talents when and where they matter most. Congratulations once again to the graduates, the staff, parents, and guardians, and all KIU stakeholders. I wish all a safe journey back home and have a blessed celebrations and stay safe. Finally, the whole congregation, I also bring you greetings from one of your best friends, General Moskine Rugala. He sends greetings to all of you. He loves you. He says at an opportune time, you organize a one-on-one engagement with you to look at your future programs and your furtherance in your post-education programs. I thank you so much. May God bless you. And long live Kampala International University. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Mawanda, MP Igara East Constituency. Can we applaud him once again? Dear graduates, today is your day. It's not our day. Congratulations once again. Mr. Chancellor, sir, I also would like to bring it to your attention that KIU TV by our MASCOM students is also covering the event. So you can go back and watch it later on. Also, we are streaming live. Tell your friends, your family, and colleagues to watch the ceremony on YouTube, Facebook, and other portals. Dear graduates and invited guests, let me take the honor to invite the Chairman, Board of Trustees, Alhaji Dr. Hassan Basajja Balaba, the proprietor of Kampala International University, a remarkable gentleman, or should I say extraordinary, but exceptional is also fitting. Can we welcome him?
Thank you very much. I didn't want to speak today because of time, but I want to thank God who has made this day, because this is our first graduation after almost, which allowed everybody to come here. Almost this is the third year. So I thank God who has made it for today. Mr. Chancellor, sir, our chief guest, cabinet ministers, your excellency ambassadors, members of parliament, permanent secretaries, all protocol observed. I don't want to, because if I go through all, it will take a lot of time. I want to thank my speech today. It will go to thank people and also to thank God. But before that, I wanted to introduce my mother, who is here. Haja Tazida Basajja Baraba, she can stand up for recognition. The reason why I always talk about her, because I remember one time, 5 years ago, she was very, very, very sick. I couldn't believe that she was coming back here. So we went, she got sick here, we took her to Nairobi Hospital. After there, we took her to Germany. But we moved from Nairobi to Germany when she was not talking. She was not aware where she was. She arrived in Germany. When we reached in Düsseldorf, she just laughed. I got surprised. I thought that maybe I should give that small story. Then she was in the hospital on oxygen almost for 59 days. So, and she was in the hospital for 19 months. So, and she's now 80, she celebrated her 83rd year on the in March, somewhere in March. That's when she celebrated her 84 years. So after that, I wanted to thank management, headed by Professor Mpeza, for the work done. Very, very important to thank them, because we have, during the time of COVID and after COVID, they have done a great job. Professor Mpeza, with your management, keep it up. Then, of course, the University Council, Professor Mangene, Honorable Manda said that Mangene he's on a trip, but he's sick. He went to the US for treatment. But he called me yesterday evening that he was improving. I think by the end of next week, he will be back here. Then I thank, of course, members of council for the work done, because our University Council is one of the unique councils which has maintained its calendar in meetings, both in committees and the main councils, even during COVID. Unbelievable. So I will thank Professor Mangine with his team, together with the subcommittees of council, one chaired by Professor, my sister, Nakavuma, Professor Nakavuma. Thank you very much, Professor, and I want you to keep it up, because most of the staff I meet, they complain that you are squeezing too much, your promotions are not given easily. Do it and do it right, and I want you to take time, because maybe there are some complaints among the staff. I wanted you to take some time and meet some senior staff, especially at the level of senior lecturer and above, because they are complaining that they would have been appointed associate professors and professors. But you try to, I'm requesting you meet them and explain to them what they need to do for them to reach at that level. But thank you very much for the work done. The third group to thank, actually, this time I will thank the National Council for Higher Education. Sincerely, if I don't do that, I will be unfair, because this National Council for Higher Education, since Professor, the ED who is here, since she became the ED, we are seeing a very, very, very big difference in getting our programs accredited. In getting our programs accredited, Madam ED, thank you very much with your team for the work done, because for the last 3 years, we have at least gotten about 30 or 40 programs, including about 10 PhDs accredited. So thank you very much, Madam, for the work done, and keep it up. Of course, I will thank our partners, because KIU for the last 3 years, it has been going up, but this is due to the financial support that we've been getting from our counterparts, especially in Netherlands. In Netherlands, we have about 5 universities that we are working with. They call them the 5 in Netherlands, where the VC was, I think, last week. We have been getting a lot of support in terms of research. We've been getting a lot of support in terms of scholarships. We've been getting a lot of support in terms of collaboration. That is University of Leiden, TU Delft, University of Groningen, Erasmus University of Rotterdam, and and the University of Amsterdam. They are not here, but they have been giving us a lot of support, too much support. Even now, recently, they even gave us a studio for the e-learning. I think we were the pioneers of having the best e-learning in this country, and they have been giving us, even in Tanzania. Also, I wanted to report that in Tanzania, we were overall the best in medicine because of those supports that we've been getting from that. And Madam ED, what I wanted to request you, because also I have seen some good improvements in Tanzania and Kenya. They are going now evaluating program by program, indicating which university is the best. In a program, this is the best, but they follow 5 categories. One, they look at the staffing. They also look at the products, mainly the products. They evaluate the products because the last 3 months, they were evaluating all the medical students in Tanzania and also facilities. We were overall the best in Tanzania, scoring 91%. So I thought that if I tell you this, maybe it could help us, and you can also apply it here. You can start maybe with those science programs by evaluating the products, facilities, and staffing. Not just saying this is good or that the other one is bad or the other one, but you go on the ground, check this, check that, until the product. You see even the final product, which one is better, and then you get the overall. You say, medicine, this is the best. Engineering, this is the best. Agriculture, that will help the institutions to improve. Because like now, because the local evaluators from TCU, they had given us number 3. When they brought the ESC, they gave us number 1. So it made others now also, they want now to surpass us. They are improving to go to that level. That will help us to increase to improve on the quality. Then, of course, government of Uganda has been supporting us. We have, on these graduates, Mr. Chancellor, sir, we have 5 types of government sponsorships from these students who are graduating here. We have Loans Board, some students from Loans Board who are graduating today. We have State House students who are graduating today. We have Ministry of Defense who are graduating today. We have Ministry of Health which is graduating today. A lot of government support paying for these students. Then, of course, we've been getting some support by getting some doctors from government on secondment. We have like now 4 doctors seconded by government, and we have been having those doctors almost since we started the medical school in 2002 up to now. So I thank government for the support they've been giving us. I don't want to speak a lot because if I speak a lot, we are going to waste a lot of time. I wanted to thank the graduates and parents who have finished their studies, and of course the parents who have supported them in completing their studies. And when you go back, students, protect the name of Kampala International University, and we shall also be supporting you. Then, of course, you know we have capacity building and staff development. For those ones who have scored well, they can still apply, and they come back, we give them some support. I don't want to speak a lot, our guest of honor, because of the time. I want to thank everybody who has come here, and our graduates and the parents, and God take them back well. Thank you very much.
Another hand clap for our Chairperson Board of Trustees, Dr. Alhaj Hassan Basajavalava. Thank you so much for those wonderful, insightful comments and speech. Mr. Chancellor, sir, amidst us we have delegates, very special guests amidst us, and so I'd like to recognize the presence of Mr. Godfrey Chirumira, a prominent leader in the business world. Thank you for honoring our invitation with your dear wife. You're very, very welcome. Please let's clap for these invited guests who have taken time off to honor our invitation and to honor this ceremony. We also want to recognize the presence of Mr. Kayeja Benon, LC5 Chairperson, Mitoma District, and an alumnus of Kampala International University, 2009. You're most welcome with your dear family. We also want to recognize the presence of Mr. Kadu Elias, one of the historicals of Kampala International University. You're most welcome. Please let's clap for these very important people who have honored our invitation. Amidst us is Mr. Ariho Moses. He's the Deputy RCC of Mbarara City, and is amidst us. He was the former guild president in the year 2019 to 2020. Congratulations, we are proud of you and for representing KIU out there. Yes. So, once again, we'd like to welcome the graduates and the parents for honoring this day. Congratulations. We know the workplace is ready to receive you, and we know you've been well equipped and well prepared to go and shine, as our Chairman Board of Trustees has said. Please go out there and represent us. The KIU Law Society today celebrates 20 years of existence, Mr. Chancellor Sir, and so let's give them a round of applause. KIU Law Society, well done. Thank you for representing KIU, and thank you for standing out. Mr. DJ, sir.
I say, oh no, 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 no. Oh no. Well, have you touched you?
Hello, our dear viewers. Welcome to Kampala International University. This is a very exciting time and moment because we have once again another graduation function, the 25th graduation function. You may be interested in knowing that
Guests, I want to take the honor to welcome the Vice Chancellor as mandated by the Chancellor to make an address on behalf of the Chancellor. Let's welcome our VC,
Thank you so
a very
much.
great team player.
Thank you so much. Because our chief guest has said he will stand at that podium, I beg to move there as well, in respect of that recognition. Thank you so much, Master of Ceremonies. Our chief guest, Professor Mondo George Kagonyera, the Chairman Board of Trustees, the ED National Council, our Chairperson of the University Council, Mama Chairman BOT, Ajata Zida, Mama Tukusanyukide, you are most welcome. As usual, when we see you here, we jubilate because you gave us a very good product. Before I give the speech, and my speech today will be combined as Vice Chancellor but also Chancellor, I wanted to make a comment for our graduates and the parents who have come. There were a few challenges, majorly because of late clearance by the students. And therefore, you may find that some of you who came here in the morning, you are going to be considered by the Dean's list, and there's no need for you to worry, and the officers will be here to handle. I think that's very important because I saw some of you were panicking, and everybody has been audited and verified. Whoever is due to get the academic documents, they will get the academic documents. So I have said. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the chief guests, honorable cabinet ministers, your excellencies, ambassadors and high commissioners, honorable members of parliament, chairman and members of the board of trustees, chairperson and members of the university council, vice chancellors and representatives of vice chancellors of other universities, deputy vice chancellors, KIU principals, deans, directors, heads of departments, and all members of the KIU management, KIU academic, administrative, and support staff of both main campus and western campus, Kampala International University in Tanzania, who are following us live streaming, distinguished guests, other special invited guests, His Excellency, the Guild President, main campus, and also Guild President, Western campus, and the great Guild Union leadership, alumni of Kampala International University, continuing students, the graduates who are our distinguished guests today. Please clap for yourselves. You made us celebrate today. Ladies and gentlemen, in your various capacities, welcome to this great occasion and welcome to this great university. As the Chancellor and also Vice Chancellor now, greetings from this leading private university in Uganda and the second overall best ranked university out of 55. Our chief regulator is here with us, Professor Mary Okwakol. She is the executive director. I would like to request her to stand up so that they can see her. She is the regulator of university education and other tertiary institutions. A very clear indication of the endorsement. You are most welcome, Madam. I want to say this is our 25th graduation, held today, Saturday, 11th June, 2022. It is the first physical graduation ceremony, as mentioned by our distinguished chairperson of the Board of Trustees, post-COVID lockdown, in a space actually of about 3 years. Our last June graduation took place in 2019, the physical one. So this is really a big thing, and we are indeed grateful to the Almighty God for making this very possible. On this note, I would like to really thank the Executive Director of the National Council, who passed guidelines that enabled us actually to continue operations. And Madam ED, as you are already aware, in the lockdown, the past 2 years, 2020 up to end of 2021, Kampala International University was able to actually convene 3 virtual graduations. So we did not stop the students from actually getting the academic documents, and we also continued operating using the ODEL, Open Distance and E-Learning, as accredited by the National Council for Higher Education. Ladies and gentlemen, before I delve into the details of the speech, I think when you hear of the chief guest in the names of Professor George Mondo Kagonyera, you need to give a listening. You need to listen to this great man and why we chose him to be our chief guest. Allow me to do a brief introduction of him. And please listen. God has given him blessings. He was born in 1941 in a very tiny village. He calls it tiny himself, called Kaboga, in the hills that separate the rolling plains of Rukunjiri district from the hilly parts of Kabale district. He was born of a man called Zakaria Kagonyera and a mother called Chiriura, who later, after baptism, decided to take on the name Elizabeth. Professor Mondo Kagonyera, the one you see before you, had preferred actually to do mathematical subjects with the intention to become an engineer. But alas, fate befell him in 1961 when he came to Kampala to do an interview to join the former Uganda Electricity Board. Some of you will never even know about it, UEB, if you are a recent generation. And on coming, he had relatives at Makerere University And tell you what, he saw some people worn in the white overcoats, and these were students doing medicine. He just fell in love in becoming a medical doctor. The doctors, you should put your hands together, those who are going to graduate today, and clap your hands, because the professor fell in love because of the white coat. Now, of course, he changed and took subjects that would drive him into medicine. Later, he could not be admitted because the college where he went did not release the results in good time. And finally, he was admitted in the faculty of veterinary medicine. He is a vet. Professor Kagonyera was the second non-head of State Chancellor of Makerere University, the first one being the late Right Honorable Professor Apollo Robin Nsibambi, a distinguished alumnus of Makerere University and a former Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda. And he was appointed to serve 2 terms as Chancellor of Makerere University. Why don't we clap for him for that? I just want to tell you that he has handled so many responsibilities, ranging from Member of Parliament, being a minister, cabinet minister, and even a deputy managing director of the National Social Security Fund. Last but not least, I want to pick something from his own interview, which I got online, sir, Professor. Professor is actually a good man like his dad. In his own words, Professor Kagonyera states thus about his dad. No wonder our chairman board of trustees is giving a lot of credence to the mother and of course the father, in whose name that library is named. That is called the Idi Basajja Baraba Memorial Library. That is why they call it that, in memory of his late dad, and we have the mother here. So our chief guest says, and I quote, "My father was a fantastic man, and that's why I think he tremendously influenced my life, because every time I think about what I'm doing, I reflect on what my father would have done or would have wanted me to do. He was a very good man, kind, hospitable, to the extent that in the whole village where we grew up, we were loved by everybody. And that was largely because our father was a man who reached out to nearly everybody, whatever class they belonged to." Isn't that great? Clap hands for that, please. Therefore, the graduates, we invited the chief guest. He'll be able to talk more and guide you. But one thing, he's a good man like his dad. Ladies and gentlemen, KIU, the Resilient University, unlike many other Ugandan universities, just like as mentioned by the chairperson of the council, KIU was resilient enough to conduct 3 virtual graduations during the lockdown period, continued university business, and adopted the open distance and e-learning mode, as I already stated. Whereas all education institutions were fully open since January 2022, for which we are grateful indeed to His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda, and the authorization to open by the Ministry of Education, and the guidance we continue to get from the National Council for Higher Education. KIU, whereas we are fully open, we still run and conduct some academic research and community outreach programs in a blended format. It is true that in the recent months, the COVID-19 cases had reduced significantly. However, our dear graduates, ladies and gentlemen, we have been alerted by the Ministry of Health that cases are beginning to rise again. So it's my humble appeal to each one of us to behave responsibly and comply with the standard operating procedures and remain safe from the pandemic. On a very sad note and related to the pandemic, we lost several students and staff, among whom were some of the longest serving staff such as Mzee Kalule Musa and Mr. Mjisha Sulaiman. Others included Mr. Barugahare George Wilson, the staff of the Estates Department, and also our senior lecturer and head of department in the College of Economics, Dr. Chirabo Cheine, and many more who we have not mentioned here. May their souls rest in eternal peace. In March 2020, the University Management, in consultation with and approval by the Senate and the University Council, took a bold decision and shifted from physical programming to online delivery, notwithstanding some of the hiccups, some suspicions, pessimism that surfaced because it was getting new and new to all of us, and we were dealing with a new normal. I want to thank all of you, our staff and students, particularly those of you who are graduating today. Some of you were able to make it because we had to blend your studies. I'm sure you know. Although in the beginning you staged a lot of resistance, and we also got stuck to our guns with guidance, and here you are. We will continue improving and enhancing our online platforms, and I want to thank the ERP team, ICT and digital learning teams who have been at the forefront of the implementation of our digital transition processes. Mr. Chief Guest, KIU is a very dynamic university. When we are confronted with a challenge, we turn it into an opportunity. And that's why we keep leading. Every ranking, we move higher up because we don't sleep. I want to thank and inform all of you that we are grateful to the National Council for Higher Education, as mentioned by the Chairman Board of Trustees. We submitted several PhD programs. Among them was PhD in medicine, public health, pharmacy, applied statistics, economics, chemistry, mathematics, information technology, computer science. And I want to inform you, you can even check for yourselves on the National Council for Higher Education portal. Our PhD programs have been accredited, except for the one of medicine, which we await for a positive outcome. So we are very grateful. Why is it very important? Because PhDs, more investment that we have done is going to lead to a lot of research output, which is going to drive our research agenda and also attract more funding. We'll have more visibility. We will also be able to apply, to request the PhD students to be able to undertake research that will address will provide meaningful solutions to our society problems. Mr. Chief Guest, allow me to give some highlights about the KIU Teaching Hospital and collaborating teaching hospitals. Our distinguished guests, I wish to update you that as part of ensuring hands-on training of medical doctors, nurses, pharmacists, allied health workers, and other health workers, we continue to collaborate We do this in order to help you, the students, the graduates, I'm sure, to attain all your learning outcomes and to experience the different geographical landscapes, the different communities, the different disease profiles. And this, Mr. Chief Guest, has made the KIU produce some of the best health workers, as exemplified by the excellence in internships and later placements post-internships. I want to thank these hospitals and the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Education for enabling this environment, because we operate this through memoranda of understanding. At the KIU Teaching Hospital, we have embarked on leveraging on ICT to standardize hospital operations by deploying a very important software called the Clinic Master to manage patient information and office and service delivery. And through that, we have been able, in very, very few months, we have been able to enhance effectiveness and efficiency. And we have here the DVC Western Campus, and also representatives from the hospital. Professor Frank, please stand up so that they can see you. Professor Frank Haruza is the DVC Western Campus. We plan to expand and integrate the services of this application to all our partnering hospitals, and also take advantage of the success of a VODAN project. This is the Virus Outbreak Data Network project. Ladies and gentlemen, just a flashback. When there was this outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic, KIU, working with Tilburg University and other partners, we launched our project in which we developed data points in health facilities to try and assess the pattern of spread of the pandemic. And from very few fair data points, we are now proud to announce that the fair data points are now operational in 88 health facilities within Africa alone. And in Europe, I can tell you something very interesting, that in Europe, especially the Netherlands and Belgium, this is now seen as one of the best model of a project that was really managed with very, very little resources. And so we think we shall link the health facilities here in Uganda so that by applying the FAIR principles, and FAIR stands for data that is findable, accessible, and it is interoperable and reusable. This is very important because usually in the past what they did, they would lift the entire data set and go and use it for purposes of research and other things. But the FAIR principles require that using algorithms, data is visited where it is in residence. Let us say data in Lira Regional Referral Hospital, using machine learning principles, they are able to actually study the pattern. And this research and project is led by KIU. And we are very, very proud that we are contributing this to knowledge. In addition, KIU has entered into collaborations with other renowned research and innovation centers, such as the Uganda Virus Research Institute, Joint Clinical Research Center, the School of Biomedical Sciences at Makerere University, and at the regional level, we are glad to inform you that we have operationalized a memorandum of understanding with the National Institute of Medical Research, one of the leading centers of excellence in medical and health research. Our PhD candidates, especially in the health and medical sciences, will have full access to the NIMRI. NIMRI is the abbreviation of that National Institute in Tanzania. They will have access to the NIMRI facilities to supplement on our own state-of-the-art university research and innovation facilities. Chief guest, we shall invite you to come and see the extent of investment, and also Madam ED National Council, the staff, the technical staff that recently came to do accreditation and inspection, they were mesmerized. That's the least I can use about the investment we have done in biomedical research and other research labs. We can handle from gene sequencing to, you can mention it, I'm sure you're a scientist, you know what I mean. Very heavy investment. For that, we should be able to appreciate the Board of Trustees. Research and Innovation Chairperson, Board of Trustees and Council, and our chief guests, our distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to inform you that in April 2022, KIU was formally admitted as the 1,442nd member of the United Nations Sustainable Development Solutions Network, with the objective of mobilizing global scientific and technological expertise to promote practical problem solving for sustainable development. Why is it important for us to be a member? Because this network operates under the Office of the United Nations Secretary General and is a global network of universities, research centers, and other knowledge institutions, providing the following opportunities: weekly funding opportunities, access to 43 national and regional networks, participation in teaching and training sustainable development through the SDG Academy. KIU, for your information, ladies and gentlemen, is only one of the 3 in this country, in Uganda, that is a member. And I want to thank and recognize Professor DG, who is our DVC, Research and Innovation, please stand up, who helped us to get registered and also become a member. Let's clap for him, please. In addition, there are many more research grants that have been won, and several innovative projects are being undertaken by staff and students. The most recent one is the one by the Yunus and You Foundation project, which is worth over 120,000 euros, and much more money is getting in as we roll out the project. This is going also to assist us to actualize what we call the Yunus Social Business Center. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have time, I will request you later to move up to the 5th floor of this library. There is also a lift, by the way. So you move to the 5th floor, you should be able to see the Yunus Social Business Center that we have established. We expect to invite some of you to come back and undertake entrepreneurship skilling and innovation so that you are able to create work rather than just be job seekers. I'm glad to inform you that the project I talked about, which is ongoing, the Vodan project, emerged as the best project and most inspiring award recipient recently, where I attended in the Netherlands, out of the 5 that also presented very competitive projects. I'm talking about at the European level in the Global Health Symposium that recently concluded. I want to inform you, ladies and gentlemen, that this same project and another one which we are doing, Madam ED of National Council, what we did using our digital platform and working with partners in Europe, particularly Tilburg University, Mekelle University in Ethiopia, and some East African University, and some organizations in South Sudan and also Sudan, and also in Kenya. We were able to get funding well over 2.2 million euros to actually train youth and disadvantaged and migratory groups in about 12 courses. And these are delivered, the materials were developed by experts, they were contextualized, they were also translated in the local languages. So this project is also going to be showcased in Belgium between the 20th and 23rd, in which we are going to showcase the progress of this and the success story of how we can apply digital technologies to be able to train masses. Each of those countries involved are going to train more than 4,000 recipients, which is something that we should be proud of. So I'll be attending with some other delegates from KIU, and it's a global meeting under the European Commission. It's known as the European Development Days. I wish to inform you, ladies and gentlemen, that KIU has established contact and established partnerships with European and other global partners, including, among others, the European Commission, the Trust Fund for Victims. This is a fund established to assist reparations and compensations after convictions and decisions taken by the International Criminal Court in The Hague. We were privileged to visit the court in the recent visits that I made with Professor Francisca and Professor Miriam van Wijsen. Our chief guest, we have a great friend in Professor Miriam van Wijsen. She's a professor at Tilburg University and also Leiden University in the Netherlands, and she's our chief connector to all these partnerships. I think we need to clap hands for her, and hopefully when we have our graduation in November, she could attend and also address us and tell us her experiences. In addition, we have established contact with Ghent University in the Belgium, Tilburg, and then Utrecht universities, and many more. I want to congratulate our staff who were recently promoted to the various academic ranks, including professors. I don't know whether they are in this audience. They could stand up. The professors who are and associate professors, please stand up for recognition. Would like to clap hands for them. Yes, in total, we had 7 professors and associate professors in total combined. So we congratulate you, and that is great. And I heard very well the Chairman Board of Trustees message to Professor Nakavuma And I can tell you, if you get into the Appointments and Promotions Committee, you know that the people who have been promoted deserve it. You know, it's not actually only being strict, but we also involve external vetors, and these are independent people who give an opinion on your academic progression, and whether or not you deserve on merit to be promoted. Congratulations, those who have actually received the promotions. I also want to warmly welcome our new TAC volunteers. Mr. Chief Guest, I want to inform this gathering that we received the most senior and very high caliber staff who have now undertaken academic and administrative responsibilities and have given a big boost to the human resource capacity of the university. We are indeed grateful to the federal government of Nigeria through the TAC Directorate of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for the continued support. I do recognize the Nigeria High Commission officials here present and His Excellency, the Ambassador, and the TAC Director General in Abuja, Nigeria. In addition, we have added to our team other senior staff from all over the world. Welcome, and please settle in and add value to this fast-moving but carefully driven university. Mark that. We are not reckless drivers. We are moving fast, but with a lot of care. And we mind all the traffic signs in the road, in the pathway of higher education in this country. Now to you, the graduates, our chief guests and distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Today, we are graduating 2,394. Please mark this. The number ought to be bigger than this, but some of them were left out for especially financial clearance, and others were left out because, of course, they did not fulfill the academic requirements. And as I mentioned in the beginning, that do not worry at all. We have a Senate approval of students who meet all the academic and financial requirements, and they are able to actually get the academic transcripts, and then they are included. If they are missed for any reason, sometimes it may be a delay on the part of the processing team, sometimes the delay on the part of the students, sometimes because we allow you to continue studying even when you have not cleared. I'm sure you are all witnesses. Yes, we allow you. Now you can afford to deny us anyway. we have proof. Each one of you has a financial ledger, and because we allow you up to the late hour, our people even stayed up to midnight trying to process your, and I hope you should be more grateful and say thank you. Can I hear a big thank you? Okay, so 2,394, out of which 43% are females. This is a very good number. Clap for yourselves, the ladies who have made it. We were very, very worried that COVID could have diverted your attention. You are here. You are not among the statistics of those that dropped out of school. However, be mindful that some of your colleagues were unable to graduate, for which reason you must be grateful. The 57%, that is 1,359, are males. In terms of the quota contribution between main and western campus, 52% have trained at the main campus, while 48% are from the western campus. This is important for us because, chief guest, in the November graduation 2021, western campus for the first time surpassed main campus because of actually it was phased reopening of health faculties by the National Council and the Ministry of Education. Other faculties were delayed. And so Western Campus was able to graduate more students than the main campus. Among the graduates, ladies and gentlemen, 19 of them have distinguished themselves by obtaining first-class degrees. Can we clap for them? They will be able to get their merit certificates, Mr. Chief Guest, allow me to read their names for recognition. And if you have attended in person, please stand up. Musinguzi Ivan with the BBA, Mukanchiko Faustin, Owamahoro Angela, Mutirwa Sheila, Maweje Emon, Emmanuel Robert Musoke, Mbaraz Julius, Emasit Daniel, Stephen Mjenyi, Musimenta Christine, Elma Mebo Asio, Muhomza Rutu, Nankabirwa Margaret, Muyanja Javira, Nafka Teddy, Matende Omar, Tujuche Eli, Bohaka Landers, and Sergo Peter. Congratulations, you'll be able to get special certificates for recognition. My take-home message to you, ladies and gentlemen, our dear graduates. Let me congratulate our PhD graduates. Please stand up for recognition. You are at the helm of the academic career. Please clap for them. These are our PhDs, and we shall hear their recitals in a short moment when the deans come to, the director of higher degrees and research comes to talk about their researches. Please have a seat. We want to congratulate you upon reaching this memorable day, and everyone. You have indeed sacrificed a lot to withstand not only the challenges of COVID-19 lockdown, but also real-life challenges. Great thanks to your parents, guardians, and sponsors. Please, graduates, can we give a big clap to all the parents there and sponsors? Please clap for them. It is not enough. I need a second one, a big one, please. The parents, can we clap for our graduates for not disappointing you? Thank you very much for the sacrifice. It has not been easy, and we don't take you for granted. Thank you for choosing KIU. I now invite you, ladies and gentlemen, who have finished their undergraduate courses, to take advantage of the graduate scheme, 50% tuition waiver, that has been offered by the Chairman Board of Trustees as part of COVID relief only for 2022-2023 academic year. You will get the details from the Admissions Directorate. Please check whether the course you want to do is a beneficiary program, and also whether you qualify. Get the information from the admissions office. You'll be guided, but the offer is on the table. Take advantage of it, and we hope we can see most of you back in August. You come and study and do your masters, and some of you come and do your PhDs. And why not? Inshallah, I have heard somebody saying inshallah. God willing. Thank you very much. Now I want to appreciate all our partners as I conclude in Uganda, in East Africa, and beyond for the support and collaborations that keep raising the KIU flag high. As we speak, our DVC Finance and Administration, Professor Janice Businje, is in the US representing us in a very big summit, Edu Summit, in New York and other cities in the States. There are collaborators there, Stanford University and others with whom we want to partner, and some of you can actually go on different exchange programs, and also our faculty and staff. I particularly want to thank the foreign missions and embassies in Uganda, international NGOs and other agencies such as NUFIC in the Netherlands, and also Tilburg University, Leiden University Medical Center, and all the other universities with whom we partner. I take this opportunity to thank the National Council for Higher Education, the Uganda Medical, Dental and Dental Practitioners Council, Allied Health Professional Council, Uganda Nurses and Midwives Council, the Pharmacy Society and Council of Uganda, the Engineers Registration Board, Uganda Institute of Professional Engineers, and all the others that I have not mentioned, not because they are important, but because of the time. I appreciate Chief Guests, the Chairman and members of the Board of Trustees, the Chancellor, the Chairperson and members of the University Council, the University Management. Can I ask my deans and principals and heads of departments, please stand up. Stand up, deans, principals, HODs, stand up for recognition. Can we clap for them, please? This is the engine. This is where your academic merits are processed. We do recognize you and we thank you. We know in the COVID time, you really sacrificed a lot and we owe you a lot and we recognize you. Please harvest it. Let me also ask the team and recognize the team that has organized estates and other directorates and departments, College of Humanities and Social Sciences, but most importantly, the DVC Academic Affairs. Dr. Sophie Kaziwe, stand up so that I can see you. I'm sure you recognize her. You made her have a 24-hour work plan recently without rest to make sure you are given special consideration. And also the Director Academic Affairs, Julius Masco, and the entire team, our security team, and all the teams that have worked tirelessly. And I wish you all the very best in this graduation. I wish you journey masses, and also please stay tuned for announcements about collection of your academic documents. I thank you very much. I remain Professor Muhammad Ntezamhigo, the Vice Chancellor of KIU, and also standing in for the Chancellor. Thank you.
Thank you, our Chancellor, stroke Vice Chancellor, mandated. That is a testimony that our Vice Chancellor is a great team player. He has time to remember everybody. So let's appreciate him, please. I just want to alert the entertainers that you will be doing your entertainment during the short break. So please prepare yourselves. Mr. Chancellor, sir, we would like to also recognize the College of Humanities and Social Sciences lecturers and administrators, doctors, who are part of the ushering team. What an example of humility and servant leadership. Please let's appreciate them. We would also like to recognize Mr. Luyimba Ziluswa, representing the mayor of this division, matching the division, Mr. Ali Nganda Mulyanyama. We also recognize the presence of retired Justice of the Supreme Court, Justice Mwangusia Eldad. Please don't get tired of clapping. Let's appreciate them. Mr. DJ. Congratulations.
Jay, thank you. Thank you so much, DJ, for that interlude. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our dear graduates, a small announcement coming in from the College of Economics and Management to the first class students of Bachelors of Business Administration. You've been urged to go to the department on Monday, between Monday and Tuesday. Please find time, go to the department and register your active phone numbers. There are some job opportunities that have been registered at the college from the different industries, and so would like to get in touch with you. Mr. Chancellor, sir, KIU is committed to see that its students are well prepared and empowered and skilled to face the workplace. And so the different deans, principals, and lecturers are committed to this effort to see to it that the students are skilled in their various fields so that they thrive in their workplace. At this moment, I would like to invite the Chancellor, and that is the Vice Chancellor in acting capacity, to invite our guest of honor. Mr. Chancellor, sir, you're welcome.
Thank you so much. Before I invite the chief guest, let me do some recognitions. I want to first recognize the presence of Honorable Mary Karoro Okrut. Please stand up, our great lady. You see, she's a great lady. She has been with KIU from inception. She's participated in different roles as chairperson of the appointments committee. She became vice chairperson of the university council. She ended up as the chairperson of the council. She has been our chief guest on so many occasions. We thank you, ma'am, and your family for coming. I also want to recognize Hajat who has come in. Aisha, please stand up. Aisha Basaja Baraba. Okay, that one, clap for her. You know, that is care of Chairman Board of Trustees. Yes, give a clap of hands, you know. For every successful what? Woman, there is a man ahead. Yes, you don't want to say the truth, but that is okay. Fine. That's a joke. Then I also want to recognize all our staff, both academic and administrative, who are graduating. Wherever you are, stand up for recognition. We clap for them. Staff. If you are a staff and you are graduating, congratulations. These are part of the staff development scheme, and we are so happy that you made it finally. Thank you. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, since I made a very humble, brief introduction of our chief guest, let me take this opportunity to ask Dr. Sophie, the Deputy Vice Chancellor Academic Affairs, to accompany the chief guest to come and address this congregation. I thank you so much. Please put your hands together to welcome the chief guest. Louder, Professor. Huh? No, you can use this.
But I don't want to hold.
Public speaker.
The chairman of the Board of Trustees, Alhaji Basajabaraba, the Chancellor of Kampala International University, our special guests, honorable ministers present, members of parliament, chairman and the members of the University Council, the Vice Chancellor, Vice Chancellors, and the visiting Vice Chancellors, the Deputy Vice Chancellors, staff of KIU, special guests, alumni, continuing students, graduates, parents, and guardians, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I want to express my gratitude to whoever decided to have me invited to Kampala International University. This is the first time I'm visiting this university, although I have been in close contact with the promoters and some members of management of this university, but I must confess I didn't realize how great Kampala International University is until I listened to the Vice Chancellor speak. Ladies and gentlemen, you can never stop learning. I've just learned a lot this morning. Before I read my prepared statement, let me make some general observations. First, what is knowledge? Your theme this morning, the graduation theme is the value of knowledge. What is knowledge? Knowledge, we are told by the dictionary that it is awareness of familiarity with, or gaining ideas about something through experience. In other words, you are in contact with something and you know about it. And that's what the knowledge is. To the extent that even the smallest living thing, the virus, has some form of knowledge. That's why you who are medical doctors know that a virus can design how to avoid the interference you are making with it through treatment. That is knowledge. So knowledge starts from the most elementary form of life to the highest, which we are deceived are we human beings, because we don't know what happens in the rest of the world. Knowledge is a great thing. We are told that when Julius Caesar invaded Britain, I think that was around 60 BC, he found out that the natives of the British Islands were so primitive that they couldn't even be turned into slaves. And yet, through knowledge, those people were able to build ships, discover the world, and build the largest empire that ever was. Those of us who read the Bible, you may remember the story of Noah, where it is claimed that during his times, the whole world was flooded with water. With the present knowledge, is that possibly true? The answer, I'm sure, is no. You also may remember, those who are interested in science, that the first time the Wright brothers attempted to fly, their plane flew only a few meters. Jules Verne wrote a book about around the world in how many days I can't remember. That was fiction. George Herbert Wells wrote a book, The First Man in the Moon. That was around 1901. He thought he was writing fiction. Less than half a century later, the first man stepped on the moon because of knowledge. Through knowledge, scientists are able to delve into what happened billions of years ago. Scientists are able to tell us what happened 5 billion, not millions, billions years ago. They are able to tell us that the universe as we know it might have come into place about 13 billion years ago. And the world in which we live is about 3 billion years old. And you as human beings have been on this earth for the last 2 million years. Today, while in Uganda, we are trying to build the first electric vehicle. In the rest of the world, they are now building intelligent vehicles that will not need a driver to do their work. Knowledge is power. Knowledge is wealth. As you all know, the richest man in the world, Elon Musk, is worth more than $220 billion. And Bezos, whom I believe cannot make even a pin, because of his knowledge, not scientific this time, social knowledge, is worth more than $130 billion. So that's how powerful knowledge is. Therefore, let me get to my prepared remarks. It's a great honor to be here as chief guest to officiate at the celebrations of the 25th graduation and award ceremony of Kampala International University, held today, Saturday, 11th June 2022. And I want to thank the Vice Chancellor for those kind remarks about me, whose source I'm not quite aware of, but he has just advised me that it is a gain in knowledge through technology that he got all that information about me. And I want to admit that what he said about me is accurate. Indeed, I'm very pleased that you chose the value of knowledge as the theme for today's graduation. I want to appreciate the chairman, Board of Trustees, Alhaji Basajja Baraba, who is a man of wonders, a man of vision and achievements. Those of you who have read, there are books written by certain poets on makers of civilization. Obviously, if anybody wrote, they would write about Basajja Baraba as one of the makers of civilization. And this is a man, as you all know, who has a very modest educational background. That he could be able to do a job like this is nothing short of a miracle. He has contributed immensely to the development of human capacity for decades now. I'm extremely happy to associate with him, having followed his activities from a distance, because I always talked to him. I've always known about what he's doing on this campus. I've always known about what he's doing at the Western campus. He's an amazing developmental person who indeed keeps exploring the heights, as the KIU motto says. Let me also thank the University Council and the able leadership of Professor Fred Wabwire Mangene, whom I happen to know very well, for providing the oversight function of university management. In addition, with the achievements of this university, one needs to credit management under the astute leadership of the Vice Chancellor, Professor Muhammad Pezamihigo, who is known to be one of the leading transformative Vice Chancellors in this country. You've heard for yourself what he has been able to say. So I want to appreciate really Professor Pezamihigo and the team for the wonderful job you are doing at KIU. Mr. Vice Chancellor, I kindly request you, please keep up the good job you are doing. You must not relax. Sometimes the most difficult task is not reaching the top, but maintaining yourself at the top and even going higher. I have been informed by your authority that KIU is now ranked the second best overall and the leading private university in Uganda. Congratulations. This doesn't come easily, and therefore, I would like to thank all people who have made this possible, including both academic and administrative staff, students, parents, guardians, and other stakeholders. You made, and therefore you make this country very proud, and I thank you for it. Especially if you remember where KIU has come from. I take note, and happily so, that KIU is one of the very few universities that stood the COVID-19 challenges and not only quickly adapted to the open distance and e-learning, and even conducted 3 virtual graduations. This is indeed a sign of being a leading university, because you proved your worth and demonstrated that even in the times of lockdown, you could work so hard to ensure continuity of the core university activities. I'd like to appeal to other universities to benchmark on KIU and take some hard lessons. Today, KIU releases yet another batch of graduates into the world of work in the most difficult of times, given the economic hardships resulting from the lockdown, the skyrocketing commodity prices, and the generally tough times of the national economy. We are optimistic that what the graduates have acquired at KIU will be the springboard of success in their various job careers. Whereas most people focus more on skills and competencies, it is important that we understand the value of knowledge because it is the bedrock of all human progress. Knowledge breeds wisdom and understanding, and I therefore appeal to you to live a life driven by the value of knowledge. Sorry. Seek it as much as you can and determine how to apply it for your own good, the good of your community, and the good of the global society at large. A lot has come to surface in this era of disruptive technologies, and thus you must be careful not to misuse the knowledge you acquire, for there will be consequences for that misuse. I wish to congratulate our graduates today for qualifying to become the KIU knowledge ambassadors wherever they will go. For years now, I'm continuously and highly impressed by the KIU student discipline portfolio and the level of resilience exhibited during the lockdown. It is my sincere hope that you will exhibit similar resilience and patience while you try to fit in the very challenging socio-economic environment you are entering. Why knowledge? This is a question you should ask yourselves. You all know that Africa has 60% of the world arable land. But yet we are the hungriest. We have good weather and plenty of rainfall. And yet hunger is a common occurrence on the African continent. We have large and in some cases most mineral deposits, yet we are the poorest in the world. On the other hand, countries like Japan and South Korea that have no raw materials to speak of are yet among the richest in the world. The reason is simple: knowledge. We all know that the GDP of the Silicon Valley in California, a mere valley, is around $500 billion. Uganda's, with all the resources we have, including around 45 million people, is a mere $40 billion. In others, less than 1/10 of the GDP of a valley. The reason, again, simple: knowledge. The Silicon Valley taps in some of the best brains in the world, including the neighboring universities like Stanford University and the University of California at Berkeley. In this regard, I would really like to extend my tremendous appreciation, Mr. Vice Chancellor, to you and your staff for reaching out to the rest of the world and collaborating with good universities out there. We have a saying in my language that bird which does not fly far cannot realize where the millet is ripe. So I really want to appreciate you, and I want the Board of Trustees, the University Council, to really appreciate that tremendous effort you're making. You couldn't do a better job than that. I think you guys, these people need a huge clap. Because you students, you are easily the beneficiaries of this work that your teachers are doing of reaching out to other universities to get knowledge for you. One of the major concerns of people in government, the private sector, and the society at large is that the universities produce products not suitable for the job market. You've had ministers, other politicians, the private sector have had their prominent business people here. They will tell you that you graduates, you are not very suitable for the job market. But I think it is not enough to just complain. Government and the private sector must join hands with our universities to put together programs that would convert university graduates into skilled practitioners. This, I know, happens in other parts of the world. The government and the private sector must stop complaining about the inadequacy of the graduates. What have you put in order to make sure that these graduates are better suited to fit in the world at large? Complaining is not enough. Having recognized the value of knowledge, I call upon the Vice Chancellor and his managing team to build knowledge hubs in each of the academic schools, faculties, and the colleges. And again, I have already had Mr. Vice Chancellor, you expound on this, so I'm extremely pleased. These require investments in research facilities, which I am aware the Board of Trustees is giving full support with incredible investments. Again, I had the statement by the chairman of the Board of Trustees. This is a great job that you people are doing. And this is the reason why KIU has received recent accreditation approval of at least, I'm told, 10 PhD programs in medicine, public health, pharmacy, applied statistics, economics, chemistry, mathematics, and others. And I want to congratulate you for that. It's a wonderful job you are doing, I can assure you. This will definitely make KIU a research and innovations university, adding to its high profile as shown by the very impactful research output, analytics compared to several universities in Uganda and in the East African region. Again, the Vice Chancellor talked about all this. You may also need to know that in the United States of America, leading universities are actually private universities. So there is no reason why Kampala International University, you can't be the best university in Uganda. There is no reason. Absolutely. States of America. So sky is the limit, you guys. And it's up to you. Appeal to HE, the President of the Government of Uganda. It is common knowledge that there are huge shortages of human resources, especially in the STEM disciplines. That is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. But I think it is true even over the other disciplines, even in the social sciences. KIU does its best to attract the quality, highly trained and experienced staff from all over the world, and I congratulate you. However, there are challenges for which we appeal to the President and the government of Uganda. Among others, the most critical issue is that of the work permit for foreign staff. It is our appeal that this matter be given consideration. I'm told that an academician to get a work permit here, the university has to spend a lot of money. In my view, that is absolutely ridiculous. And in fact, I would appeal to the government that all academicians coming to our universities should be able to enter the country without any hindrance, and they probably don't even need work permits. Their brains are sufficient work permits. These highly trained people who come to Uganda are doing us a favor. So why should we put a tax on them? It's a contradiction. So government should put my view is that intellectuals should be citizens of the whole world. You may be aware again that a country called the United States was actually made what it is by people who migrated to that country. So Uganda can do best not by inviting the so-called investors, but by inviting people who can upgrade our knowledge of the world around us. They probably will eventually become our own investors. You may remember it is people like Albert Einstein, Enrico Fermi, and Oppenheimer who made tremendous contributions to the development of science in the United States. Many other scientists have, through their university, have made tremendous contributions to the development of science. For example, Rutherford at Cambridge, when he showed that matter could be converted into energy, hence the advent of nuclear energy. The discovery of the transistor at Berkeley by Shockley, which is the precursor to what we know today as IT. That is to say nothing of biologists and philosophers, social scientists, who have caused the transformation of the world to what it is today at various universities. At Makerere University here, the use of prostaglandins in the management of obstetrical cases was developed by one Karim, born here in Calisizo. And we used to study him when I was at the University of California. Not too long ago, the use of drugs in preventing vertical transmission of the HIV virus was developed again here at Makerere, to the extent that children are no longer acquire the virus when they are born. The second and the critical request is the appeal to fund some of the services offered by KIU Teaching Hospital. The teaching hospital in Bushenyi does a tremendous job for this country. It serves a very wide range of population in Bushenyi, Mbarara, Rwenzori, and even other areas. Therefore, I would like to appeal to the government to consider funding the KIU Teaching Hospital, since it serves as a regional referral hospital in the areas stated above. To you, the celebrants of the day, I'd like you to know that we are surrounded by 21st century inventions and innovations that have been championed by young people like you. You remember you constitute the most valuable portion of our population, and a small one after that, and a privileged after that, and therefore you are expected to contribute to the efforts of creating and recreating solutions and interventions for your immediate community and the wider society at large. I wish to emphasize one virtue that has dwindled among you young people: the aspect of trust and honesty. Ethical values. No amount of academic knowledge is going to be of much value to you if you don't espouse ethical values. One time I was talking to an Asian, forget which country he was from, and I asked him why the Asians have outpaced Africa in development, in spite of the fact that we have all the resources you need for development. And he made only one, he said, discipline. Unless we are a disciplined society, there is no way we can advance. No amount of scientific knowledge can be of value unless it is put to proper use through disciplined management. Our business, work, and study environments are polluted with dishonesty, lack of trust, and worse still, corruption. You want to guard against all those vices. You must stand out as strong pillars and champions of society and be good role models to others. You must appreciate as university graduates, you are a tiny fraction of our society. Therefore, society expects a lot from you, and you should do your best to deliver. As you may know, especially the undergraduates, the knowledge you have should be compared to building materials. It's bricks, it's mortar, it is steel, and others. It is incumbent upon you to put those materials to good use, to put up a structure like this one that can be of value in your life and the life of those around you. The knowledge you have are mere building materials. You must be prepared to put it to good use. If you can't, the knowledge will be of no value. The Vice Chancellor has told you that you may need retooling and retraining in order to remain competitive. Remembering that in life, nobody always hears lunch. Nobody, it is up to you to find that lunch for your sake. For heaven's sake, don't steal it. Work for it. So, I urge you to be hardworking. Exercise honesty. Be patient. Many of you young men and women, you want to own a house in Colorado tomorrow or yesterday. You want to drive in Penconi as if you have worked for the last 30 years. No, I've been working for about 54 years now. And I just own only one house in Kampala. I wish you the best of luck, and thank you for being such a nice audience. Yes. Once again, I want to congratulate the Chairman Board of Trustees, the Chairperson, and the members of the University Council, the Vice Chancellor, and the members of staff for steering the university to the success we are able to observe at this graduation ceremony. And I want to beseech you, young men and women, go ye into the world and serve mankind for God and my country.
Let us appreciate our guest of honor some more. Our guest of honor is still going strong. Mr. Chancellor, sir, I would like to bring to your attention that one of the graduates, Mr. Byakatonda Patrick, who is graduating with a PhD in Management Science, is also the Director of Industry Training in the Ministry of Education. Congratulations. The Vice Chancellor, as mandated Chancellor, has advised that we take a short break. Then after that, we shall resume with the ceremony. May I invite Baganda and Kobazambogo Students Association to give our guests entertainment. We can appreciate them as they come to the stage.
Actually slightly more, we've been unable to hold a physical graduation. So what an excitement it is for our graduates, for the staff, for the parents, the sponsors and promoters of our students. Congratulations, first of all, those of you who will be graduating today. It is
What do you say, somebody? KIU? Okay. Tuyanze bagise Zambogo KIU. Kati eno dansi yaabwe. Mutudde bulungi abagenyi abakuno. Tunabeera naye mutudde bulungi abagenyi abakuno. Twalala tunabeera naye mutudde bulungi mugulize entebe. Twalala tunabeera naye mutudde bulungi mugulize entebe. Mutudde bulungi tunabaweera mwebale mutudde bulungi abagenyi abakuno abagenyi mutudde bulungi tunabaweera mwebale nange abagenyi abakuno walala tunabaweera mwebale kusoma abaana b'emikwano walala tunabaweera ngambe bannange Zambogo etudde walala tunabaweera mwebale kukuma ddembe abagenyi mutudde bulungi tunabaweera mwebale kukuma ke muli wabange abagenyi mutudde bulungi tunabaweera ekale engalangala abalungi tweyagale abagenyi mutudde bulungi tunabaweera mwebale engalangala abange abakalwa abagenyi mutudde banange tunabaweera engoma abagenyi mwetale tunabaweera balala abagenyi abakuno tunabaweera mwebale
kuterero lwarero obuganda bumaze okuterero lwarero sebera 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 obuganda bumaze okuterero lwarero njagala obibyeko omuganda wabibya ekasekende engoma evuga bakisimba njagala obibyeko omuganda wabibya
tuyansenge eyo bagamba nkoba zambogo KIU Ssaabasajja Kabaka awangaale Baganda Nkoba Zambogo mwebale nnyo. Let's appreciate Baganda Nkoba Zambogo Students Association for such an energetic performance. Some more please, some more. Thank you. Dear graduates and invited guests, we are ready to proceed with our ceremony. May I take the honor to invite the Vice Chancellor, who is a mandated Chancellor, to invite the principals and deans to present the graduates. Mr. Chancellor, sir.
Thank you, Master of Ceremonies. For purposes of separation of functions, I would like to delegate to the DVC, Academic Affairs, to oversee that activity. Dr. Sophie, please go ahead and invite the deans.
Mr. Chancellor, sir, I have the honor to ask the deans, principals of the respective schools, colleges, faculties to present the persons for conferment of degrees, award of diplomas, and congratulations for the certificate. Thank you.
Mr. Chancellor, sir, the Director, Higher Degrees and Research.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chancellor, sir, Chairman, University Governing Council, Chairman, Board of Trustees, special guests, other distinguished guests, other members of High Table, KIU staff, students, graduates, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Chancellor, sir, allow me to stand on the existing protocol. Thank you very much. Mr. Chancellor, sir, in the name of the Directorate of Higher Degrees and Research, and by the authority of the Senate of Kampala International University, I have the honor to present the following persons for sufficient cause who have been found worthy, both in character and in learning, to be conferred upon doctorate degree of Kampala International University. Mr. Chancellor, sir, as you can observe, I have 6 which we have graduated with PhD degrees, but I have only 5 present here with us, and 1 is in absentia. Allow me to call Mr. Yakantonda Patrick. Please, Mr. Yakantonda Patrick. Mr. Chancellor, sir, Mr. Yakantonda Patrick graduated with PhD in Management Science, Business Management. He investigated the effect of entrepreneurship development on sustainability of small and medium enterprises in central Uganda. His study purpose was achieved through 6 specific objectives, which include to identify the effect of regulatory framework, market conditions, access to finance, creation and diffusion of knowledge, entrepreneurial capabilities, and entrepreneurship culture on sustainability of small and medium enterprises in central Uganda. Mixed method approach and cross-sectional survey design were employed. Findings revealed that regulatory framework, market conditions were access to finance, diffusion of knowledge, entrepreneurship capabilities, and entrepreneurship culture have a significant effect on sustainability of small and medium industries in central region in Uganda. The study concluded that sustainability of SMEs is dependent on all the 6 entrepreneurship development constructs, which were found to have a significant effect. The study recommends that the government of Uganda should design entrepreneurship policy and a law that support entrepreneurs to ensure that SMEs can be started and supported to grow, and more emphasis should be on the protecting small and medium industries from unfair competitions through formal law. Mr. Chancellor, sir, he was supervised by Associate Prof. Mamboga Eric and Dr. Yomukama Iliam Impora. This is him. I present you, sir. Thank you very much. The next person.
No, just for PhD, we can honor them.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Band. Band, please. The band people should play the band, please.
By virtue of the powers vested in me, I confer upon you, whose name has been read, the respective Doctor of Philosophy of Kampala International University.
Clap for him. Thank you very much, Mr. Chancellor, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The next person is Muhammad Kabir Abbas.
Congratulations.
Congratulations to you, Dr. Yokontenda Patrick. You are now a Dr. Yokontenda Patrick. Mr. Chancellor, sir, Mr. Muhammad Kabir Abbas investigated the effect of entrepreneurship education on entrepreneurial intent and the moderating effect of social norms of graduating university students. Specifically, it sought to establish the relationship between entrepreneurial knowledge, entrepreneurial skills, entrepreneurial attitudes, and entrepreneurial intent of graduating university students. And Mr. Kabir has tried to establish the moderating effect of social norms on the relationship between entrepreneurial education and entrepreneurial intent of graduating university students. The study adopted cross-sectional and causal comparative research design on a sample of size 435 students. Results revealed that entrepreneurial knowledge, skills, and attitude significantly influences entrepreneurial intent with adjusted R value of 0.488 and another R value of 0.240 and also 0.287 respectively. This study concludes that explicit and implicit forms of knowledge were probable prerequisites for entrepreneurial intent. He recommends that the university's curriculum should ensure that the promotion of acquisition of tacit, explicit, and implicit forms of knowledge by the student. Mr. Chancellor, sir, he was supervised by Associate Professor Olutoyo Osunsan and Dr. Kibuka Muhammad. I present you to him, sir. Band, please. The band people.
Yeah, the band will come after conferment.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
By virtue of the powers vested in me, I confer upon you, whose name has been read, Doctor of Philosophy of Kampala International University. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, Dr. Kabir. The next person is Africanus Kalis Sarwat.
Is Maman absent?
Yes, he's on absentia. I'll read him at last. Thank you very much. Mr. Chancellor, sir, Mr. Africanus had his PhD in management science, public management in particular, and the topic name is Paradox of Decentralization by Devolution in Public Healthcare Services Delivery in Tanzania, a comparative study of Ilala Municipal and Geta Town Council. He undertook a study to compare decentralization by devolution, D by D, in public healthcare services between two local government authorities based in Tanzania, Ilala Municipal Council, IMC, and Geta Town Council, GTC. The study employed quantitative and qualitative research approaches. Stratified, simple, random, and purposive sampling techniques were used to obtain 424 respondents from IMC and GTC. Findings revealed unsatisfactory degree of effectiveness in IMC, while for GTC, finding established a fair degree of effectiveness. Nevertheless, there were challenges in D by D in public healthcare services delivery in both local governments. The study concluded that there is a need to understand paradoxes by decentralization by devolution, which may help to manage expectations attributed to the risks of disappointment in public healthcare services delivery. The study recommends that the government of the United Republic of Tanzania should consider investing in giving a clear and well-articulated strategy framework on decentralization by devolution implementation in the health sector. Mr. Chancellor, sir, he was supervised by Dr. Kasim Rashid Kiliza and Dr. Lucas Anthony Kisasa. I present you to him, sir.
By virtue of the powers vested in me, I confer upon you, whose name has been read, the Doctor of Philosophy of Kampala International University.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, Dr. Africanus. The next is Malam Bashir Al-Kali. Mr. Chancellor, Sir Bashir Al-Kali had his PhD in microbiology. A topic is profiling of significant bacteria nosocomial pathogens associated with prolonged admission in 3 specialist hospitals of Kano State, Nigeria. Mr. Al-Kali sought to profile the significant nosocomial bacteria pathogens associated with a prolonged hospital stay in 3 tertiary hospitals of Kano State, Nigeria. In this hospital-based cross-sectional study, standard microbiological techniques were used to isolate and identify the bacterial species associated with prolonged hospital admissions. Molecular phylogeny was done to determine the clade similarities with other serotypes elsewhere. The overall prevalence was 40.34%. The most prominent bacterial isolate was E. coli of 26.1%. Factors identified to impact PHA in all study hospitals, stock out and quality insurance. All bacteria isolate showed multi-drug resistance. Molecular phytologeny of Acinetobacter serotype isolate was similar to strength found in the wastewater effluent in Ireland and from Oxford strain. The study therefore concludes that the prolonged hospital admission was a significant challenge and bacterial infections significantly contributed to this study. Therefore, he recommends that effective interventions need to be devised by taking in considerations the factors influencing the PHA, and consequently, the hospital should participate in the state level antimicrobial resistance surveillance system recently been established and strengthened at the national level. Mr. Chancellor, sir, Mr. Bashir was supervised by Professor Agu Isra, Professor Parok Serkimpada, and Dr. Ismail Abiola Adebayo. I present to him to you, sir.
By virtue of the powers vested in me, I confer upon you, whose name has been read, the Doctor of Philosophy of Kampala International University, and congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chancellor. Congratulations, Dr. Bashir. Congratulations. The next person, Mr. Chancellor, sir, is Mr. Ayilu Emmanuel. Mr. Ayilu. Mr. Chancellor, sir, Mr. Ayilu graduated with PhD in microbiology. The topic is molecular characterization of human papillomavirus among women with cervical cancer from selected referral hospital in eastern Uganda. Mr. Ayilu investigated the prevalence and incidence of high-risk HPV types among women with cervical cancer from selected referral hospital in eastern Uganda. His study was achieved by extracting human papillomavirus DNA using DNA sub-A DNA extraction kit, followed by a real-time PCR for high-risk HPV genotyping. A high prevalence of high-risk HPV types of 61.4% was observed, and the significant risk factors that were highly associated with cervical cancer development were early age of sexual debut, use of contraceptives, history of STIs, and HIV status of the study participant. HPV type 16 and type 18 were the most prevalent HPV types in women with cancer in eastern Uganda. His studies strongly recommend routine cervical cancer screening for both vaccinated and non-vaccinated women in Uganda, since the currently available HPV vaccine do not cover all the high-risk HPV types not in the vaccine schedule. Mr. Chancellor, sir, Mr. Ayilu was supervised by Dr. Ismail Abiola Adebayo and Dr. Kato Charles Drago. I present him to you, sir.
By virtue of the powers vested in me, I confer upon you, whose name has been read, the Doctor of Philosophy of Kampala International University. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chancellor. Congratulations, Mr. Ayilu, Dr. Ayilu from now on. Mr. Chancellor says the last person is in absentia, Mamman Salisu Jibia. Mr. Chancellor, sir, I would like to present Mamman Salisu Jibia in absentia, who graduated with PhD in Management Science, Management Information System in particular. The topic is success of electoral automation in Nigeria, impact of electronic voting technology on election performance in selected states. Mr. Jibia assesses the impact of electronic voting technology on performance of elections in Nigeria. He investigated the effect of service quality of the electronic technology, influence of its acceptance, and effect of adopters' technology literacy on performance of the election. Underpinned by technology enactment theory and technology acceptance theory, An exploratory descriptive correlational research design was adopted based on the quantitative and qualitative approach. The findings revealed that the level of performance of the 2015 election in Nigeria was high in March at mean value 3.34 and standard deviation of 1.11, despite some reservation in some part of the country. He concluded that an increase in the service quality, the level of technology acceptance, and literacy rate in the electoral technology would increase the level of election performance and vice versa. The study recommended that the electoral stakeholders, particularly election boards in Nigeria, INEC and SAIC, should adopt strategies to maintain and, where necessary, improve on the service quality, acceptance, and literacy of electronic technology for a consistently better election performance. Mr. Chancellor, sir, Mr. Jibia was supervised by Professor Mwanga Zaki and Associate Professor Yakubu Ajiji Mekere. In his absentia, I am presenting him to you, sir.
By virtue of the powers vested in me, I confer upon the person whose name has been read, the Doctor of Philosophy of Kampala International University. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. The next, Mr. Chancellor, sir, I would like to present our master's degrees graduate. We have over 100 of them. With your permission, can I ask them to stand up for recognition? Those of you graduating with master's degree should stand up, please. Stand up and raise their hands. Right hand, put your hands up. Mr. Chancellor, sir, in the name of the Directorate of Higher Degrees and Research and by the authority of Senate of Kampala International University, I have the honor to present the following persons for sufficient course who have been found worthy both in character and in learning to be conferred upon master's degrees of Kampala International University.
Can you pronounce the masters as they flow?
Okay.
Yes, just the master, the title of the program.
Yes. All right. There are Masters in Business Administration, Master of Science in Statistics, Master of Arts in Economic Policy and Planning, Master of Arts in Economics, Master of Human Resource Management, Master of Arts in Counseling Psychology, Master of Arts in Development Studies, Master of Arts in Public Administration, Master of Arts in International Relations, Master of Arts in Project Planning and Management, Master of Arts in Social Work and Social Administration, Master of Arts in Human Rights and Development, Master of Arts in Conflict Resolution and Peace Building, Master of Educational Management and Administration, Master of Arts in English, Master of Arts in Linguistics, Master of Information Technology, Master of Science in Computer Science, Master of Science in Environmental Management, Master of Science in Physics, Master of Science in Pure Mathematics, Master of Science in Electrical Engineering, Master of Science in Telecommunication Engineering, Master of Science in Construction and Project Management, Master of Science in Chemistry, Master of Medicine in Internal Medicine, Master in Medicine Obstetrics and Gynecology, Master of Medicine in Surgery, Master of Public Health, Master of Science in Anatomy, Master of Science in Biochemistry, Master of Science in Pharmacology, and Masters of Law. Mr. Chancellor, sir.
By virtue of the powers vested in me, I confer upon all those persons whose names have been read the respective master's degrees of Kampala International University. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. The band, please, the band. All right, the next. Thank you very much. Congratulations. The next, Mr. Chancellor, sir, is for the postgraduate diploma we have over 150. With your permission, sir, can I ask them to stand up or raise their hands? Those graduating with postgraduate diploma, could you kindly stand up and raise your hands up, please? Mr. Chancellor, sir, in the name of the Directorate of Higher Degrees and Research and by the authority of Senate of Kampala International University, I have the honor to present the following persons for sufficient course who have been found worthy both in character and in learning to be conferred upon postgraduate diplomas of Kampala International University. Mr. Chancellor, sir, the students are graduating with postgraduate diploma in education management, postgraduate diploma in educational management and administration, postgraduate diploma in education, postgraduate diploma in business administration, postgraduate diploma in human resource management, postgraduate diploma in public administration, postgraduate diploma in development studies, postgraduate diploma in project planning and management, postgraduate diploma in construction and project management, postgraduate diploma in electrical engineering. I present it to you, sir, for your conferment.
By virtue of the powers vested in me, I award all those persons whose names have been read the respective postgraduate diploma of Kampala International University. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Chancellor, sir, I now invite the Principal, College of Economics and Management.
As he comes, I would like to recognize the presence of Dr. Mpima, Registrar, Uganda Allied Health Professionals Council. Clap for him, please. Those of you who have gone through our Allied Health Sciences School, he's going to register you to practice. Welcome, sir, and thanks for honoring our invitation.
Mr. Chancellor, sir, in the name of the College of Economics and Management and by authority of Senate of Kampala International University, I have the honor to present the following persons for sufficient cause who have been found worthy, both in character and in learning, to be conferred upon their respective degrees and awarded diplomas. Abiyo Stella Peace, Agonzebwa Disan, Ahimbisibwe Hillary, Ahimbisibwe Luke, Ahinduraho Emlik, Ainesasi Mukama, Ajob Martha Amal, Akanchungura Brainface, Ankunda Levi, Akankwasa Caroline, Akansinguza Melon, Akwa Joshua Yoweri, Alinaitwe Eli, Alinda Hadija, Alituha Johnson, Alod James, Amanya Perus, Amita Immaculate, Among Jennifer, Among Caroline, Ampaire Lillian, Ampaire Rita, Ampurire Daphne, Asimwe Abdulahab, Asimwe Boaz, Atugonza Priscilla, Atuhaire Talent, Birunji Robina Judith, Bosco Lyson, Buni Musa, Bogi David, Biamukama Javila, Biamuhanji Hillary, Chelengad Caleb, Dombo Joseph, Dralu Florence, Furaha Musia, Gahiga Brian, Buloba Henry, Havgimana Peter, Akiliza Adrin, Irankunda Honorary, Junju Mudashil, Kajeni George, Kamgasha Dennis, Kamsime Elizabeth, Kanshabe Melon, Kanyesije Agatha, Kanyesije Owen, Kanyesije Sharon, Karire Roslyn, Kasemire Kaija, Katara Isma, Katabarwa Franco, Kato Moses, Kaziba Abdul, Kazibwe Anwar, Kamigisha Daphne, Kenema Maclean, Kiberu Adrian Masajage, Chiguma Bismarck, Kiria Henry, Kiria Joseph, Kitakule Billy, Komgisha Jessica, Kubomi Jokas, Kunihira Jacqueline, Kwagala Faith, Kialisima Asaba, Choptunji Adrin, Chomgisha Miria, Lokirin Joseph, Lubega Innocent, Lukwago Ivan, Magala B. Nicholas, Malinga Daniel, Masika Lucky, Mazima Bright, Mbakaya Peterson, Mirembe Immaculate, Moga Sulaiman, Mudumba John, Mugabo James, Mugaya Musa, Mugenyi Vincent, Muhumuza Peter, Mukama Limon, Mukankiko Faustin, Mukite Faith Masai, Munyana Charity, Murunji Norin, Mushabe Paul, Musimenta Brenda, Musimenta Christine, Musinguzi Ivan, Musoki Maureen, Mutarutwa Alice, Mwebaze Dixon, Mwesige John Mary, Nabasa Sarah, Nabatanzi Joan Florence, Nabatanzi Maria, Nabirie Babita, Nagai Rihanna, Naigaga Sophie, Nakalanzi Diana, Nachigozi Jazira, Nachimbugwe Winfred, Namanya Ronette, Namugabi Brenda, Namulindwa Shagia, Namuya Emmanuel, Nandusi Rogers, Nantale Hawa, Nantanda Hindu, Naturinda Dativa, Naturinda Lois, Natwijuka Dick, Naziwa Sharifa, Nduhura Jonan, Ndiahoza Daniel, Knight Stella, Nimusima Nusura, Ninsima Apofia, Nkamuhabwa Yoweri, Ntumwa Marius, Nuwabine Olivias, Nuwagaba Tofil, Nuwampile Brenda, Nyakato Sarah, Nyamiza Sifa, Nyebaza Marion, Nyomera Rashida, Obua Dennis, Odot Morish, Odong Patrick Kiduli, Ojambo Henry Milton, Okedi Neriko, Owamahoro Angela, Sharita Masud, Sida Grace, Sendege Hamid, Sengoba Sula, Taremwa Dan Kamgisha, Tukashaba Dorin, Tukwatini Se Gilbert, Tumusime Dewis, Tumijushe Osbert, Tumijuni Mugizi, Uwamahoro Juliet, Uwamahoro Noela, Uimbabazi Naomi, Wamtale Andrew, Wandela Safiu, Wonyala Derrick Rogers, Zarango Charity Dorothy, Muchiri Farouk, Birunj Sharon, Nekesa Gertrude, Naranji Betty, Charinkunda Glorious, Munyaburanga Jean Kevin, Ainom Gisha Diana, Wamema Shadra, Kanshabe Lois, Kengoma Sharon, Nangovi Rachel, Babazi Donata, still Bachelor of Business Administration, Lutabogola Andrew, Mwesigwa Dorcas, Nangovi Rachel, Wandela Edwin, Kwawaho Jimmy Okum, Ayebale Marion, Nanzili Christine, Muchibi Robert, Birunji Sharon, Kamusime Fred, Bachelor of Tourism and Hotel Management, Akantambira Grace, Ampuira Hape Pauline, Asimwe John, Atukunda Castin, Chebet Faiz Nakitari, Ibrahim Shina, Kabonge Buranyi Sadat, Kaitesi Sandra, Kamoga Huzaifa, Kamwebaze Diana Dorothy, Kansime Sarah, Kasigazi Patrick, Kaitesi Winfred, Kevilunji Dina Bains, Kisauzi Haman, Mukundakwe Linet, Mangen David, Mbide Dan, Mukalazi Idi, Mwesije Ian, Nabimanya Anna, Nabufu Evelyn, Nabukenya Marriott, Naikoba Brenda, Naikoba Vanessa, Nakabito Karela Catherine, Nachiguli Sharon, Naluze Margaret, Nambozo Linda, Nanfuka Teddy, Natkunda Edith, Niwasima Oliver, Omeje Patrick, Opio Ivan Michael, Sematimba Michael, Tumuhimbise Rosemel, Mukundane Justus, Namudosi Samari Zipora. Bachelor of Science in Statistics, Habomimana Lori Noela, Bachelor of Arts in Economics, Chondo Nitezeho, Dennis Kakaire, Kiria Dennis, Nicholas Chiguli, Raymond Tumuhaire, Tony Simwero, Vianney Nkusi, Bachelor of Economics and Applied Statistics, Musana Sanon, Paul Tumwesije, Bachelor of Human Resource Management, Ahereza Alan, Akampulira Blandan, Alinda Janak, Arinda Julius, Amgit Dokas, Ashaba Dorin, Atkunda Caroline, Kamsime Happy, Kayesu Inid, Kenkwanzi Patience, Chikoncho Barbara, Chimuli Kasifer, Mpomba Isaac, Mujuzi Akiram, Mukoda Oliver, Mulogo Nuhu, Nakadama Salima, Namalili Joeria, Namkoma Mwajib, Nasire Tom, Nawaigo Resti, Nduhukire Dokas, Nimushaba Sherina, Nuwasima Bridget, Sentongo Simon, Tukwatasine Aban, Vandame Comfort, Wabwire Ronald. Still Bachelor of Human Resource, Akankwasa Ivan, Kasamba Ivan, Basemera Vivian. Bachelor of Supplies and Procurement Management, Ainemani Kenneth, Akandwanaho Amon, Gisima Muzamil, Gisore Sam, Kabonge Shakira, Kembabazi Melon, Chimbowa Clive Walter, Mandela Christine Andre, Mugisha Lawrence, Namara Annalisa, Nangobi Prosi, Nasasila Grace, Njaye Abdullah, Tabisa Nabalunzi, Wamkama Catherine, Namilo Shaidari, Mirembe Helen, Okojo Robert, Namanya Ibrahim, Tumukunde Nixon, Juliet Nalubega, Katusime Sharon, Charinkunda Sylvia, Enyao Emmanuel, Gesa Ibrahim, Arinda Ahabwe, Bachelor of International Business Management, Administration, Bachu Mariam, Bachelor of Entrepreneurship and Small Business Management, Monica Atuheire, Diploma in Human Resource Management, Atwine Rita.
Derek, just a second. We can confer the bachelors from the College of Economics. Okay. Please, if your name was read, please stand up. The ones that were read, the bachelor's holders, please do stand up. College of Economics. Okay, by virtue of the powers vested in me, I confer upon all those persons whose names have been read the respective bachelor's degree of Kampala International University. Congratulations. Please proceed with the diplomas.
Thank you, sir. Diploma in Human Resource Management. Please, when your name is read, you stand up. Atwine Rita, Kahunde Gloria, Nabwami Patricia, Nahawe Denik, Ngobi Nasa, Aquil Kenneth, Tabo Willis Joshua, Tusasire Emmanuel, Twesige Moses, Tumwine Faith, Kanyunyuzi Nilan Sumaya, Diploma in Supplies and Procurement Management, Anyango Elizabeth, Gumisiliza Aaron Kakuru, Kakuru Ivan, Kiria Sano Sheila, Nagadia Javia Vanessa, Nachirabira Fiona, Nalubulwa Jedida, Nyangoma Fatuma, Kanyima Clinton, Diploma in Business Administration, Adam Akanyijika, Champaile Adrin, Agnes Charisima, Agnes Nangobi, Apio Sharon, Apofia Ainembabazi, Alina Itwe Lilian, Augustine Oluka, Bruce Talemwa, Carol Nambosi, Charles Olowo, Daniel Abaho, Dorin Turiasima, Elizabeth Nandete, Gabriel Ochen, Guo Majo Mao, Innocent Nabikamba, Ivan Hafashmana, Jackson Tayebwa, Janet Namayanja, Jolam Isingoma, Juliet Nsimire, Kisembo Asman, Chopsi Masara, Rochele Philip, Majorin Namuaya, Mujarimana Afia, Muyimbo Nasa, Nabireba Evelyn, Namoga Hanisha, Nandaula Jane, Nisima Flavia, Nyakato Stavia, Nyangoma Sonia, Obo Peter, Pamela Ainembabazi, Paul Aluka Ogola, Philly Tumusime, Robina Kwaza, Sarah Shania Mugoya, Shifura Komgisha, Edward Kulu. Diploma in Tourism and Hotel Management, Ajambo Mary, Kabugo Robina, Kansimwe Joyce, Lokwang Winnie Adong, Nabisele Aisha, Nakabanda Nul, Namanda Dauda Swadia, Nimanya Fahad, Namksa Jen, Nangendo Swaiba, Nansereka Margaret, Nasasila Zubail, Naturinda Angel, Nuahereza Derek, Onyango Samuel Ojambo, Tibihangwa Molly. Diploma in Secretarial Studies, Ajambo Mary, Kabugo Robina, Kansimwe Lois, Lokwang Winnie Adong, Navisele Aisha, Nakabanda Nul, Namanda Dauda Swadia, Namimanya Fahad, Namksa Jane. I think these ones have been. Sorry for the oversight. Next is Diploma in Secretarial Studies. Diploma in Secretarial Studies, please you stay standing. Abanahe Apofia, Afiswa Zaitun, Ainembabazi Maria, Guto Mary, Kirunji Komen, Nakizibu Rachel, Nalule Deborah Kisache, Nalanga Patricia Lugendo, Namutebi Josephine, Nuwampile Rita, and Nancha Blossom Teddy.
By virtue of the powers vested in me, I award all those persons whose names have been read the respective diploma of Kampala International University. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Chancellor, sir, at this moment, I would like to invite the Dean, School of Natural and Applied Sciences.
Mr. Chancellor, sir, in the name of the School of Natural and Applied Sciences, and by the authority of Senate of Kampala International University, I have the honor to present the following persons for sufficient course who have been found worthy, both in character and in learning, to be conferred upon a degree of Bachelor of Science in Environmental Management. Aguer Ronald, Amanya Peter, Aikoru Joyce, Birunji Kisembo, Biomuntura Johnson, Mubezi Agnes Miriam, Muhammad Ali Ibrahim, Mnanuzi Jacob, Mutenga George, Mwebesa Herbert, Ndizanze Alex, Ngana Bayanguso Ezekiel, Mtunjire Peter, Nwajira Kenneth, Nyamahunje Elizabeth, Ochom Karim, Okunzi James Amamaru, Okwiri Expedito, Rashid Kawawa Ratib, Sanyu Isa, Tumusime Jovia, Walimbwa Alan, Abaho Emmanuel. I request you to stand up if you have read your name. Mr. Chancellor, sir, in the name of the School of Natural and Applied Sciences and by the authority of Senate of Kampala International University, I have the honor to present the following person for sufficient course who has been found worthy, both in character and in learning, to be conferred upon a degree of Bachelor of Science in Industrial Chemistry. Mbabazi Julius. Mr. Chancellor, sir, in the name of the School of Natural and Applied Sciences and by the authority of Senate of Kampala International University, I have the honor to present the following person for sufficient course who has been found worthy, both in character and in learning, to be conferred upon a degree of Bachelor of Science in Wildlife Management and Conservation. Chinene Ashraf.
By virtue of the powers vested in me, I confer upon all those persons whose names have been read the respective bachelor's degree of Kampala International University.
Mr. Chancellor, sir, in the name of the School of Natural and Applied Sciences and by the authority of Senate of Kampala International University, I have the honor to present the following persons for sufficient course who have been found worthy, both in character and in learning, to be awarded a diploma in environmental management. Ainabiona Success, Amoko Berry Aimas, Chepkurui Fred, Jebe Johnson Eunice, Kusima Kenneth, Kwesiga Hilary, Mudai Samuel Ngobi, Mugere Yoweri, Mwesije Leopold, Nambuya Gloria, Turahebwa Chris, Waga Muhutalu, Yanji Josephine.
By virtue of the powers vested in me, I award all those persons whose names have been read the respective diploma of Kampala International University. Thank you.
Mr. Chancellor, sir, we call upon the Dean School of Mathematics and Computing.
That's the School of Engineering. School of Engineering and Applied Sciences is next, with the Bachelor of Science in Computer Engineering.
School of Engineering. Mr. Chancellor, sir, in the name of the School of Engineering and Applied Sciences, by authority of Senate of Kampala International University, I have the honor to present the following persons for sufficient course who have been found worthy, both in character and learning, to be conferred upon the respective degrees and awarded diplomas. Bachelor of Science in Computer Engineering, Baby Caesar Justin, Musimenta Immaculate, Wanyanya Musa Mukwana. Bachelor of Science in Civil Engineering, Agaba Peter, and Ebiona William, Amuge Francis, Atwaire, Hanep, Bob Kayira, Goloba Zubairi, Gumoshabe Dennis, Jack Ndarizigiye, Kwesi Andrew, Maigut Bill, Matende Umar, Muchuguzi Ann, Mugisa Jackson, Muyanja Javira, Namulindwa Shamimu, Joseph Stephen, Ochen Sam, Udeke Joshua, Okau Alan, Ogumo Emmanuel, Sendagire Blick, Tarenwa Denny, Ziwa Julius, Dembe Jean Mary. Bachelor of Science, Electrical Engineering, Migisha Jim, Mubezi Concepta, Mushabe Augustus. Bachelor of Science in Mechanical Engineering, Batwala James Brian, Kenyun Joseph, Kafumufu Joseph. Kindly, those people that have called, I request you to please stand up for confirming. Bachelor of Engineering in Computer Engineering, Civil Engineering, Electrical Engineering, and Mechanical Engineering.
By virtue of the powers vested in me, I confer upon all those persons whose names have been read the respective bachelor's degree of Kampala International University. Congratulations.
Diploma in Civil Engineering, Angayira Hadam, Amumpaire Marion, Arnold Biakantonda, Bangoze Cipriano, Bernard Enyutu, Damson Asimwe, Derek Waswa, Area Darlington Bakaze, James Kazibante, John C. Kirabo, Joshua Turiaikayo, Julius Munjuzi, Kulusumu Nabayinda, Mercy Arinetwe, Nathan Kalule, Osbert Nwarimpa, Processor Nasingura, Rashida Naluyimbabazi, Shakira Ainembabazi, Stanley Unyagiraki, Waiswa Hassan. Diploma in Electrical Engineering, Abimaya Brian, Ayut Juan, Edward Kanankulia, Juwa Akampurira, Kamusime Ronald, Moses Ndiazima, Mugisha Joshua. Diploma in Mechanical Engineering, Ashurafu Kalinaki, Bernard Gerard, Isa Oriankun, Jalwach Chas, Kalungi Rashid, Majidu Walubo, Oluka James, Ronald Muwonge, Samaya David, Sembatia Clark George. Diploma in Science in Telecommunication Engineering, Hedit Bengaje. Those who have called, I request you to please stand up for award of Diploma in Engineering.
By virtue of the powers vested in me, I award all those persons whose names have been read the respective diploma of Kampala International University.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Mr. Chancellor, sir, I now invite the Dean, School of Mathematics and Computing.
Mr. Chancellor, sir, in the name of the School of Mathematics and Computing, and by authority of Senate of Kampala International University, I have the honor to present the following persons for sufficient cause who've been found worthy, both in character and learning, to be conferred upon
the respective degrees and awarded diplomas.
Bachelor of Information Technology, Majid Smart, Mudebo Caesar, Adrian Katsime, Ainembaba Charlotte Angel, Anna Kalshoga, Ashraf Kafero, Akatuzile Pavlov, Bazara Gerard, Beloth, Gabura, Birunj Ibrahim, Butoya Ngabo Emmanuel, Bievire Samson, Charlton Yandera, David Osibson, David Samuel Mate, Duke Anthony, Esther Nola Namuganza, Grace Ndagire, Habala Fatao, Innocent Mugabe, Ilakoze Jean, Kagawa Alex, Kagoda Lawrence, Kaidugala Bob, Karema Frank Arthur, Katira Michael Mzola, Katsime Evelyn, Choncho Shabena, Kobugari Norin, Mpologoma Maria, Mujun David, Muteri Solomon, Muzuche Salim Saleh, Malkova Rebecca, Nyamon Esther, Fiona Nampija, Kraish, Giste Kafero, Rachel Ahurira, Regan Kaisuka, Rutarema Ronald, Sabit Joven, Sam Aineriana, Sheila Omjisha, Stephen Mjeni, Tumhaire Innocent, Ukamkwazi Esther Janet, Maraka Evans, Komjisha Joanita, Athire Ismail, Isariri Usman Mwasa.
Bachelor of Computer Science, Behumiza Beatrice, Emmanuel Robert Musoke, Isaac Basembera, Moses Malay, Shoaib Khalid Adam. Bachelor of Library and Information Science, Geoffrey Tumsime, Bachelor of Information Systems, Lubega Juma, Timothy Baguma, and Bachelor of Science in Statistics, Ainoviana Johnson, Emma Sid Daniel, Maweje Amon, Musinguzi Nazil, and Oyesje Owen.
By virtue of the powers vested in me, I confer upon all those persons whose names have been read the respective bachelor's degree of Kampala International University. Congratulations.
Diploma in Information Technology. When I read your name, please stand up. Abdallah Farij, Ahimbiswe Davis, Ahimbiswe Wycliffe, Alan Saleh, Ayasingula Kaustas, Brian Muhereza, Cyrus Bateganya, Edwin Brian Musinguzi, Emma Elias Nambula, Fahad Matea, Gerald Kikonyogo, Gilbert Hione, Jared Wanambisi, Asiri Andrew, Henry Nasasra, Jacqueline Katayike, James Alinde, John Calvin Amano, Jonan Ndizoye, Joshua Oyeng, Judith Naigaga Mulero, Kiza Brian, Lucy, Nyakahara, Martha Najengo, Martin Chemao, Molo Alan Peter, Muhindo Robert, Nakonaj Diana, Nasasra Bosco, Natkwatsa Monique, Ndeka Grace, Nesto Basima, Nwamanya Shafik, Ometum Dan, Pauline Namgogo, Fiona Josephine Narukenya, Regan Adrico, Ronald Wafula, Rose Jackie Nakaziwe, Samuel Osuna, Scovia Victor Apio, Shalom Adongo, Shamil Namatovo, Timothy Kasbante, Tony Mugabi, Trace Jemkama, Alexander, Trinamatsko Nicholas, Veronica Namusi, and Jacob Mwesigwa. Diploma in Computer Science, Mohindo Michael, Akaba Nicholas, Ndutesh Isma, Oridido, Ahumuza Patience, Sharon Beatrice Akrut. Chancellor, sir.
By virtue of the powers vested in me, I award all those persons whose names have been read the respective diploma of Kampala International University.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Mr. Chancellor, sir, and now we invite the Principal, College of Humanities and Social Sciences.
Mr. Chancellor, sir, in the name of the College of Humanities and Social Sciences, and by authority of Senate of Kampala International University, I have the honor to present the following persons for sufficient cause who have been found worthy, both in character and learning, to be conferred upon the respective degrees and awarded diplomas. I begin with Bachelor of Public Administration. Akatukwasa Irene, Ashaba Ronald, Asimwe Allen, Atujukire Immaculate, Aisigamukama Rugatas, Basima Ivan, Batesko Mujisha, Betty Kasowole, Birunji Joyce, Brenda Namubiru, Dan Mwebaze, Daniel Ati, Gideon Andrew Musumba, Godfrey Namara, Ivanda John Okwir, Irene Nabufu, Isaac Mugumya, Ivan Sit Akampura, Iwoku Naume, Joan Wembabazi, John Asasira, John Geriga, Johnson Butagira, Kaivanda Sadara, Kamkutara Recho, Kamashanyu Sharon, Kemjisha Leticia, Komujund Grace, Komungalo Sylvia, Kula Hashim, Kwenihira Katabuka Jetu, Chogabire Mase, Masikonowa, Mbugira Naome, Muchwezi Romlas, Musinguzi Everest, Mutabazi Perez H, Nagai Lona, Nahawe Joani Babu, Nankwasa Shakira, Nasingura Joanita, Nisima Joan, Nisima Lydia, Niyobiose Ismail, Nsimenta Rosemary, Nusula Natabi, Nyakahuma Najib, Paulo Kagindu, Rukia Kasimire, Sherina Namusoke, Tayewa Geoffrey, Okurut Thomas, Tonino Ezati, Turinawa Mase, Viola Engura Charles, Weya Limbogo, Yoweri Arenaitwe, and Biamukama Ventino. Bachelor of International Relations. Achura Godfrey, Babika Gift Mwole, Emmanuel Okelo, Hamida Mukone Nandudu, Ishimwe Albertine, Luate Emmanuel, Maimona Khalil, Omeir Kigenyi, Fiona Asimwe, Ronald Barozi, and Sylvia Nakai. Bachelor of Social Work and Social Administration. Ajambo Claire Nambiro, Ajambo Winnie, Akelo Sheila, Amumpaire Charlotte, Anyati Dorin, Arupia Mary, Bario Swabuli, Bira Patricia, Bira Fiona Price, Bimanyoruhanga Jonas, Birungi Lucas, Birungi Nabira, Brenda Turinda, Emmanuel Bright Lama, Evelyn Kajabahoire, Gloria Nabulime, Godfrey Kule, Kalisa Enoch, Kamwami Dorothy, Casemire Kadara Janet, Kasisa Juliet, Kembabaz Catherine, Kemigisa Joy, Kemirembe Angela, Kendagano Joan, Komujuni Recho, Kukundakwe Lynette, Kwesiga Andrew, Chabaki Dorothy, Champaire Florence, Chasimire Esther, Kiomuhendo Anna, Lutalo Joseph, Mabangi Fib, Maxwell Kasimu Barije, Mase Muwereza, Mugarua Samuel, Muhindo Sheila Hosana, Mukama Flavia, Mutunji Yoweri, Naigaga Sharon Janet, Nakalema Leticia, Nakanjako Josephine, Nakimbugwe Sise, Nakibala Rose, Namaganda Alice Lilian, Namususa Fatia, Najove Irene, Nansereko Annette, Nanzerena Florence, Nasasira Anna, Natuhereza Sylvie, Celine, Naume Nsiwise, Nisima Ruth, Niwamanya Edgar, Nsenga Yona, Nuwajira Barnabas, Nyesjire Lois, Urichiriza Scovia, Abenaito Pelon, Penlop Kembabazi, Rukundo Adin Ahawe, Sandra Arimo, Shadia Mirembe, Sharon Wahereza, Sharon Akinyi, Kuloba Sharon, Tugume Stephen, Tusime Fiona, Tuizeire Rosette, Zainabu Sheri, Zirivagwa Irene, Aiko Stella. And Bachelor of Social and Community Development, only one candidate, Ndi Kumwami Python Makoma. Bachelor of Mass Communication, Achoda Charles, Ahimbisiwe Edward, Ainemba was Dorin, Amaya Tribe, Ankunda Elizabeth, Arenaito Arnold, Asaba Peter Victor, Asio Elma Mebo, Atek Helen, Basigani Dokas, Birunji Rehema, Basiko Alexander, Erima Charles, Kamoga Eric Juko, Kansime Sheila, Atim, Kapsime Bronia, Kisitu John Bosco, Kitui Joshua Bryan, Kialgonza Masias, Makumbi Regan, Malembo Maureen, Mugambo Michael, Matumba Waswa Charles, Mwewe Diogracias, na Jemba Pace, na Kasinde Sharon, na Kayuvu Jacqueline, na Kitio Veronica, na Luvega Winnie, na Mubiru Juliet, na Mutosi Zubeda, na Subuga Esther, na Cecila Prosper, na Sali Sarah, Nsubuga Titus, Nuwe Jen, Nyakaisiki Justin, Omiat Joel, Owomujisha Brenda, Sabit Easter, Julian, Sankara Joas, Sergo Peter, Tumwijushe Hannington, Turiyaheba Deogracias, Turiyamutunga Benson, Wahaha Ismail, Yiga Henry Richard. And then we have Bachelor of Development Studies, Mr. Chancellor, and Mwesiga McLean, Avola Liberty, Evanson Kasaija, Kato Excited, Generous, Kanyansi Nicholas, Mukasa Ronald, Muyundu Andrew, Mwesija Remo Smith, Nakato Robina, Ngiro Tony Riyama, Nwasasira Edgar, Nyesigire David Katunda, Ses Noe, Sangu Julie, Taremwa Winston, Wenyanya Lilia, Twikiriza Sharon, Bampena, Rabuhihi Godfrey. And lastly, under bachelor's program in this college, Bachelor of Guidance and Counseling, Tuhaise Jacinta Yap Mangusho Caroline. Mr. Chancellor,
by virtue of the powers vested in me, I confer upon all those persons whose names have been read the respective bachelor's degree of Kampala International University. Congratulations.
And then Diploma in Social Works and Social Administration. Aini Mukama Nancy, Akankunda Esther, Akumu Lilian, Amutusimire Edwin, Bizibu Kirizo, Deborah Nsasiwe, Faimana Menya, Gilbert Amanya, Grace Chomujisha, Gumisiriza Boss, Kalangwa Hilary, Jacob Okeng, Julius Samuel Kagaba, Karugaba Simpson, Komusinjo Charity, Komucheya Kasen, Chatuhayo Rina, Cholaba Agnes Zawede, Chomujisha Rosemary, Limo Agustin, Masa Aru Apiu, Makungu Henry, Mumbere Bernard, Mutunji Maxima, Nagai Joan Unia, Naguja Sharon, Namanda Jauhara, Nambozo Sara, Namiro Lynn, Nwasima Pene, Nyamwiza Caroline, Rhoda Kainembawazi, Roy Kirinda, Charlotte Nwagaba, Simon Peter Keba, Sinkelin Juliet Ngingo, Tawoda Benedicto, Tumuhairo Betty, Tushekwire Peregia, Tusime Rita, Wilson Akankunda, Zaitun Nakaziwe, Akelo Sandra, and Annette Awuma. And then we have Diploma in Development Studies. Aro Clema, Atuhaire Mariam, Beta Immaculate, Kataire Patrick, Kiza Nabos, Mujisha Ivan, Mutai Isaac, Namulema Sandra, Nuwandi Shaba Sheila, Fiona Natu Huera. Diploma in International Relations. Derek Muhire, Harriet Nadoki Subek, Hilary Mohwezi, Muhammad Maseweka, Timothy B. Gemano, Navalamba Irene. Diploma in Public Administration, Abdulakim Kavugu, Adias Turinawe, Ainembabaz Eunice, Ainembabaz Perian, Mwesige Albert, Amagoro Janet, Angom Sara, Arnold Ainomujuni, Asaba Biarohanga, Asari Fraida, Ashaba Prize, Barbara Nampoera, Bariahebwa Mary, Basiga Mukama, Ronald, Brian Jakika Mungu, Christine Akelo, Dennis Okwi, Echari Kunda Anita, Eric Kashanda, Faith Navirie, Felicitas Agava, Francis Namanya, Francis Epeja, Frank Ahurire, Gad Marked Gume, Hamra Idris, Inosa Hafashimana, Jacqueline Masika, Joyce Septoris, Juliet Kasembo, Julius Mugunga, Kanyesh J. Gilbert, Koyechenga Domiano, Lotifa Peace Najuka, Lavin Kamakune, Lemus Solomon, Marjorie Kansime, Masiga Richard, Michael Tuje, Muhwezi Saverino, Mujaba Lule Ramadan, Mukoye Agnes, Musirime Fib, Boysi J. Julius, Ndiamusima Dixon, Nuasima Emily, Okelo Stephen, Onena Jessica, Osieno Godfrey Eria, Peter Kiti, Fiona Chomuha Hanji, Sharon Ainembabazi, Sharon Nagasha, Taremo Enoch, Tumwekwase Felix, Tusingwire Gloria, Twesije Justus, Yona Akampa. And then a diploma in mass communication, Akiteng Irene, Amutwaile Ruth, Batamuliza Dorin, Kagalama Ronald, Kasole Ibrahim, Konde Edward, Kwagala Monica, Lugema Shafik, Magezi Juma, Mpagi Benjamin, Mugeni Crossgonas, Nashemeza Brillian, Natuhurira Shira, Nuaherza Afia, Nyanduru Mary Machar, Pakoto Emmanuel, Kasifa Virunji, Kabatanzi Noor. Diploma in Guidance and Counseling, Amumpaire Glorious, Nuwamanya Flavia, Natuhuera Adrin, Shakuran Ali Kisembo, and then lastly, Diploma in Social and Community Development, Lotte Moses. Mr. Chancellor, by virtue of the powers vested in me, I award all those persons whose names have been read the respective diploma of Kampala International University. Congratulations. Thank you so much.
Mr. Chancellor, sir, I now invite the Principal, College of Education, Open and Distance Learning.
Just a small adjustment, Dr. Susan. Just a small adjustment. Can we do the faculty of, no, School of Law first? Yeah, the teachers.
Mr. Chancellor, sir.
Yeah.
I now invite the Dean School of Law.
Yes, sir. And our teachers are very, very highly disciplined. We thank you for accepting. Thank you. Because you produce all the other professions, so you are good. Thank you.
Mr. Chancellor, sir.
Mr. Chancellor, sir, in the name of the School of Law,
and by the authority of Senate of Kampala International University, I have the honor to present the following persons for sufficient cause who have been found worthy both in character and in learning to be conferred upon the respective degrees and awarded diplomas. Please, if your name is mentioned, try to rise up.
Abo Juliet, Abenacho Lydia, Acheng Masi, Achidri Nani, Achera Abubakar, Adoch Proscovia Peace, Adong Lily, Agaba Jacent, Agote Sharon Opaire, Ahebwa Salimu, Ahebwa Regan, Ahura Naomi, Ainamasko Elena, Aineviona Innocent, Aineviona Rachel, Ainomgisha Ann, Aisu David, Akampura Edith, Akankwasa Vera, Akatwijuka Ramadan, Akia Mastula, Akulo Oliver Lucky, Akulu Charity, Alepa Simon Peter, Aliga Raymond, Arinaitwe Donat, Alinda Elizabeth, Amanya Shylock, Amara Katugunda, Amuge Patience, Anyait Agnes, Apollo Ogola John Francis, Arinaitwe Bless, Arinaitwe Sarah, Arieja Linda Bella, Asaba Gideon, Asasire Fortune, Asimwe Rita, Ataho Sith, Atim Philista, Atuhaire Dennis, Atuhaire Anita, Atuongire Shine Viola, Atuonga Eunice, Ayevare Samantha, Ayeto Eunice, Bamwesije Solomon, Ba Reija Albert, Batose Linda Jenaina, Balak Deogracias, Ba Birima Ivan, Birunji Lucy, Birunji Robina, Bosowok Nivian, Buganzi Connie Treasure, Butera Rogers, Bule Jibriel Saddam, Buyinza Michael, Bwire Peterson, Biarhanga Gerard, Chebet Peace Mutai, Chelengat Hezron, Cherop Patricia, Jumba Farouk, Droma Julius, Etiang Jibriel, Faraja Frank Shao, Waivu Charity, Happy Innocent, Irankunda Agatha, Kabalisa Winnie, Kadogo Madina, Kafero Dennis, Kakungulu Benjamin, Kalunji Jocelyn, Karatunga Francis, Karunji Vivian Angela, Kashom Mbokazi Blessing, Katende Vivian Kemgisha, Kawesa Jafat Nsabia, Kaiza Wycliffe, Kebirunji Scovia, Kibuto Godfrey, Kichoncho Janet, Chirage Rita Amanda, Kirunda Ibrahim Nyende, Kiriama William, Kisake Gloria, Kisembo John Guest, Kisira Andrew James, Kitali Barnabas, Christian Chibuka Mark Derrick, Kukundakwe Kenneth, Kwagala Tabitha, Kwe Sagira Derrick, Chompaire Virginia, Chosimire Faith Priscilla, Ladu Peter Onesmus, Logoso Eunice, Lumonya Evelyn, Luyonga Tracy, Mafabi Solomon, Mahadi Muhammad, Matovu Derrick, Matovu Tevin Dalton, Mbabazi Angela, Mbeiza Martha, Menya Jonah, Mpirire Alos, Mugaya Douglas Andrew, Mugema Ivan Ben, Mugisha Richard, Mugume Nicholas, Mugumya Clifford, Muhinda Anita, Naruoga Patricia, Muhumuza Timothy, Muka Rugasela Phoebe, Mumvaneza Everest, Musinguzi Innocent, Musoke Alan, Muwanguzi Emmanuel, Muyangu Shafik, Muzaki Rosta, Mwanje Muhammad, Mwebesa Paul, Nabachwa Pauline, Navidye Gloria Docas, Navidye Shakira, Nabukenya Agnes, Nagaba Daphne, Nagawa Immaculate, Nagirinya Penelope, Mohabwe Festo, Nahurira Brenda, Najma Shina, Nakabonge Catherine, Nakajubi Rebecca, Nakamate Monica, Nachirunda Tony, Namanda Jessica, Namanya Timothy, Namara Ivan, Namata Rosette, Nambafu Gift, Nambatia Shanita, Namukwaya Madina, Namutosi Elizabeth, Nandera Hilda, Nansubuga Zulaika, Nantabazi Joan, Nanyunja Sarah, Ndagire Sharon Sarah, Neke Mia Waiswa, Niroworth Colette, Kurunziza Gerald, Namuli Edrin, Nomwesiga Kranima, Msimire Shablin, Msimire Salapio, Nuwagaba Julius, Nyamwiza Codin, Nyanzi Benjamin, Nyuramuhire Vanisi, Ochen John Kennedy, Ogutu Titus, Ojuku Tony, Okodel Sadrin George, Okolong Calvin Godfrey, Okwang Gaston, Othieno Vincent, Owori Odrecius Lorita, Oyi Boni, Poli Abias Dorin, Rahama Majid, Rubanga Kenny Simon, Samahani Anita, Sebunyaram Zahayan, Sevulime Joel, Sechitom Zafaru, Sawakirianga Pius, Swabugangise Kabrin, Tembo Frederick, Tembo Thomas, Tudeka Edmond Kasekende, Tugume Ambrose, Tumuhirire Susan, Tukamushaba Maureen, Tukasingura Edward, Tukwasiwe Vincent, Tumusime Shafik, Tumusime Nixon, Tumwine Henry, Tumwine Wilson, Wabalanda Eseza Nakiria, Wagaba Raymond, Walusasa Mbaga, Wampamba Abdurashid, Wandera Moses, Waswa David, Wogona Eria Masuda, Zirintusa Joshua Yosia, Nyangoma Leonida Amoti, Anyait Agnes, Musimenta Jacob, Nanyonga Maria, Nabale Noeline Sandra, Mugambe Andrew, Abiko Rita Jeria, Nalweiso Mirembe Brenda, Najuko Bridget, Magada Julius, and Katusime Prosi.
Still on the award of Bachelor of Laws, Magala Julius, Mugabi Yokana, Nakimili Nadia, Wanyetsi Rita, Kirabu Esther, Naluiso Mirindi Brenda, Leroy, Nalugu Adokus, Nasazi Helen, Nava Esther Namudu, Namudira Faith Wangu, Olinga James, Mutua Esther, Nasi Kayuni, Dogu David, Wanjala Rufel, and Bakaki Joel. Now, diploma in law.
I first confer the degree. Thank you for the speed. By virtue of the powers vested in me, I confer upon all those persons whose names have been read the respective bachelor degree of Kampala International University. Congratulations.
Diploma in law. Ahmed Usama, Akelo Prosi Charity, Baizi Florence, Bongo Wilson, Brenda Awang, Diana Asaba, Emmanuel Ucholi Elongat, Henry Kufunji, Kabahimba Chantal, Kagumiri Emma, Kariretwa Nicholas, Kusina Andrew, Nakajiri Catherine, Umuran Daniel, Ronald Asasira, Sadi Muziransa, Talembwa George, Tuhirue Chrissy, Wire Safina, Geoffrey Ojambo. Chancellor, sir.
By virtue of the powers vested in me, I award all those persons whose names have been read the respective diploma of Kampala International University. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Faculty of Clinical Medicine and Dentistry.
Mr. Chancellor, sir, I now invite the Dean, Faculty of Medicine and Dentistry,
Mr. Chancellor, sir, in the name of the Faculty of Clinical Medicine and Dentistry, and by the authority of the Senate of Kampala International University, I have the honor to present the following persons for sufficient cause who have been found worthy, both in character and learning to be conferred upon the respective degrees. I start right away with Bachelor of Dental Surgery. And I request that if I call your name, you walk in front because there is a traditional ceremony that has got to be performed later on. Stephen Kinyanjui Waititu, Wellington Chikundi, you walk in front here. And then the Bachelor of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery, we have Chama Nagulatisha Sandi. If you are present, walk in front, please be faster. Okay, I will just read. We have Chemtai Meshak, Etum Alex, Ibuki Alvan Baraka, Kutesa Arno James, Kwesija George, Muranjira Anasatas, Nyiriwango Julius, Ochaya Victor, Sani Jabi Daha, Tamid Andrew Abash, Tracy J. Derrick, and finally, this is Muim Makaboy Henry. Chancellor, sir.
There is a small guidance. Please come this side. Come this side. We've been able advised as an improvement that even before the names are read for all the programs that are supposed to take oath, before the names are read, the graduates will be called to the front. They take the oath because someone may refuse to take the oath. So they take the oath, their names are read, and then we confer. I think that's clear. So Dean, go ahead so that they take the oath quickly.
Now, Chancellor, sir, as the tradition requires, I request that the doctors who are inside stand up on their feet as the graduates take the oath. And I request one of you who is going to read up, to take us through the oath. Who is going to do that?
I swear to fulfill to the best of my ability and judgment this promise. I do solemnly and sincerely declare that as a graduate of Faculty of Medicine and Dentistry of Kampala International University, I will exercise my professional knowledge and skills to the best of my ability for the benefit of all people committing themselves or committed to my care, regardless of their individual status or standing. I will not knowingly or intentionally do anything or administer anything to cause harm, to show prejudice, or to gain personally from people in my care. Above all, I will not play God. With great humility, I will respect the privacy of my patients and shall keep silent about anything I have seen or heard in the practice of my profession, which it would be wrong to divulge. I will remember that the practice of health care is both an art and science, and that warmth, empathy, and understanding may outweigh any other intervention. I will assist patients to make informed decisions, and I will respect these decisions. I will endeavor to keep the trust of my patients and colleagues by acting honestly and fairly, working as a multidisciplinary team, and continually sharing and improving my knowledge and skills. And finally, I will remain a member of society, never forgetting my special obligations to all my fellow human beings. I make this vow freely and upon my honor.
Yes, Chancellor, sir.
So, by virtue of the powers vested in me, I confer upon all those persons whose names have been read the respective bachelor degree of Kampala International University. Congratulations.
Mr. Chancellor, sir, I now invite the Dean, School of Allied Health Sciences.
Sorry for the adjustment. Sorry for the adjustment. I'm sorry, Mr. Dean.
Mr. Chancellor, sir, permit me to invite all the bachelors of clinical medicine and community health and bachelors of medical lab science to please come forward. Please rise quickly. Come forward, please.
Mr. Dean, are they taking the same oath with medical lab and
Yes.
the same?
Yes.
Okay. For our guests, the School of Allied Health Sciences, the school name was not indicated. It's on page 34 of the booklet. Page 34. Just immediately after Bachelor of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery. We do apologize for the error.
Mr. Chancellor, sir, with your permission, before you are the graduates for the Bachelors of Clinical Medicine and Community Health and Bachelors of Medical Lab Science to take the oath for Allied Health Professional Council. Wilson?
I swear to fulfill to the best of my ability and judgment my duties and responsibilities as an allied health professional. I respect the hard-won scientific guidance of those physicians in whose steps I walk, and gladly share such a knowledge as is mine with those who are at follow. I will apply to the benefit of the sick all measures which are required, avoiding those twin traps of overtreatment and therapeutic nihilism. I remember that there is art to medicine as well as science, and that warmth, sympathy, and understanding may outweigh the surgeon's knife or chemist's drug. I will not be ashamed to say, I know not, nor will I fail to call in my colleagues when the skill of another are needed for the patient's recovery. I remember the privacy of I respect the privacy of my patients, for their problems are not disclosed to me that the world may know. Most especially must I treat with care in matters of life and death. If it is given to me to save a life, all thanks. But it may also be within my power to take a life. This awesome responsibility must be faced with great humbleness and awareness of my own frailty. Above all, I must not play with God's creation. I will remember that I do not treat a fever chart, a cancerous growth, but as a human being whose illness may affect the patient's family and economic stability. My responsibility includes those related problems if I am to care adequately for the sick. I will prevent disease whenever I can, for prevention is preferable to cure. I will remember that I remain a member of the society and with special obligations to all my fellow human beings who's sound of mind and body as well as the mentally ill ones. If I do not violate this oath, may I enjoy life on earth, respected while I live, and remembered with affection thereafter. May I always act as to preserve the finest traditions of my calling, and may I long experience the joy of healing those who seek my hope. So help me God.
Mr. Chancellor, sir, in the name of the School of Allied Health Sciences and by the authority of the Senate of Kampala International University, I have the honor to present the following persons for sufficient cause who have been found worthy, both in character and in learning, to be conferred upon the respective degrees and awarded diplomas. Bachelors of Clinical Medicine and Community Health, Aruto Modesta, Irumba Tidos, Kamuga Said, Chigonga Saziri, Kugonza Rosette, Mwanguzi Edison, Namale Kozi, Namara Arthur, Nambatia Winnie, Nankai Jacqueline, India Musima Miracle, Noma Wanya Nobat, Ochen Joseph, Senabale Fred, Sentaja Benedict, Tumahuwe John, Tumawubeza Wilson, Wakale Febi, Wamutu Emmanuel, Derek, Wangulo Lycon, Bachelors of Medical Lab Science, Okay Aloysius Okay. Mr. Johnson, sir.
By virtue of the powers vested in me, I confer upon all those persons whose names have been read the respective bachelor's degree of Kampala International University. Congratulations.
Diploma Clinical Medicine, please come forward. You are going to read all. Yeah, they need one. Mr. Chancellor, sir, with your permission, the graduates before you are for diploma in clinical medicine. They are here to take the oath for allied health professionals. Also, we have diploma in medical lab technology in this midst.
I, Priska Martha Chirabo, swear to fulfill, to the best of my ability and judgment, my duties and responsibilities as an allied health professional. I will respect the hard-won scientific gains of those physicians in whose steps I walk and gladly share such knowledge as is mine with those who are to follow. I will apply for the benefit of the sick all measures which are required, avoiding those twin traps of overtreatment and therapeutic nihilism. I will remember that there is art to medicine as well as science, and that warmth, sympathy, and understanding may outweigh the surgeon's knife or the chemist's drug. I will not be ashamed to say I know not, nor will I fear to call in my colleagues when the skills of another are needed for a patient's recovery. I will respect the privacy of my patients, for their problems are not disclosed to me that the world may know. Most especially must I tread with care in matters of life and death. If it is given to me to save a life, all thanks, but it may also be within my power to take a life. This awesome responsibility must be faced with great humbleness and awareness of my own frailty. Above all, I must not play with God's creation. I will remember that I do not treat a fever chart, a cancerous growth, but a sick human being, whose illness may affect the person's family and economic stability. My responsibility includes these related problems if I am to care adequately for the sick. I will prevent disease whenever I can, for prevention is preferable to cure. I will remember that I remain a member of society with special obligations to all my fellow human beings, those sound of mind and body as well as the mentally ill ones. If I do not violate this oath, may I enjoy life and art, respected while I live and remembered with affection thereafter. May I always act so as to preserve the finest traditions of my calling, and may I long experience the joy of healing those who seek my help. So help me God.
Mr. Chancellor, sir, in the name of the School of Allied Health Sciences and by the authority of the Senate of Kampala International University, I have the honor to present the following persons for sufficient cause who have been found worthy, both in character and in learning, to be conferred upon their respective degrees and awarded diplomas.
Abasa Melan, Adima Moses, Agaba Alan, Agaba John Paul, Agaba Pius, Agasha Sheila, Ahumuza Bolis, Aika Richard, Ainom Chakosma, Akabu Derek, Akankunda Loida, Akatukunda Precious, Alessi Laura Andabati, Amanya Jordan, Amone Philip, Andrew Ndiamhachi, Aremo Daniel, Arimpa Marvin, Asaba Tembo Onesimus, Ashaba Sharon, Asime Marion, Asio Gladys, Atieno Sarah Asili, Atim Marietta Jemima, Atujune Aven, Atukwate Jacqueline, Atuijuchire Rachel, Arthur Tumukura today, Ayesiga Alex, baku Michael, bakutenda Pius, bakwatanisa Dixon, bamwine Isaac, Bashir Malinga, Bomboka Augustine, Bernard Waye, Bigabwa Deogracious, Bill Innocent, Bonita Faith, Bosco Mganyizi, Bukomeko Richard Michael, Busobozi Peter, Bambale Fred, Bambale Jonad, Bambale Kazimoto Bernard, Bambale Lodrick, Bambale Mika, Bambale Ndifala Tien, Biachika Peterson, Chepkururi Amsa, Cherop Edwin, Dusinjize Hailon, Edson Arinaitwe, Akimbia Geoffrey, Hagumimana Simon, Hiseru Kennedy, Iburit Patrick, Itibo Samuel, Jonathan Kiseka Agara, Joshua Musogo Kiswa, Kawa Robert, Kabaicha Mole, Kabuzi Ivan, Kajiri Patrick, Kagulire Brian, Kakolwa Joel, Katende Sarah, Kato Samuel Munina, Katusime Christ, Katusime Edgar, Kaye Yoweri, Kayongo Maker, Kaitesi Peruth, Kaisa Goret, Kivirango Emmanuel, Kiza Xaverio, Chiza Joshua, Kimani Denson, Kinigiza Ali, Kirabo Patricia, Kirabo Priska Martha, Kiwanda Stewart, Komakech Michael, Kongai Scholastica, Koseki Gaddafi Tanui, Kusemerewa Richard, Kusima Mwesige, Kusimakwe Emmanuel, Kuteng Emmanuel, Kwemo Hezron, Kwemoi Joel, Quiri Andrew, Charikunda Rita, Chaterekera Zakib, Chokunzire Penina, Nawoko Ivan Peter, Kemukol Benadeo, Luwogo Mathias, Lutaya Swaib, Lutwama Moses, Luwede Nora Phoebe, Lawum George Bruce, Luanga Edward, Mande Ezekiel, Manyaga Jacob, Moses Mayanja, Mubiru Ismail, Mubiru Arthur, Mubiru Bernard, Mugabi Matthew, Mugali Nicholas, Mugume Sharif, Muhindo Donald, Muhozi Joel, Muwezi Raymond, Muwezi Andrew, Mujana Julius, Mujuni Alex, Mujuni Rosemary, Mukane Derek Nangoli, Mukoli Moses Harvey, Mulinda Peter, Mumbere Brian, Mumbere Isaiah, Musare Isa, Musinguzi Paul, Musombe Bosco, Mutesa Kenneth, Muyambi Muhereza Crichton, Mwaka Chris Joel, Mambu Abraham, Mwesije Musa Mustafa, Mwije Hope Sesai, Namala Pauline, Nawire Fiona Maria, Nafumba Eunice, Naijuka Eugene, Najemba Shamsa, Nakairu Rachel, Nakasim Maria Elizabeth, Natswaja David, Nalwega Mariam, Naluunge Yusra, Namajembe Agnes Sisi, Namanya Emmanuel, Namliro Emmanuel, Namubiru Ruth, Namgabi Friendolin, Namlindwa Lydia, Namliro Hussein, Namutebi Dorothy, Namutebi Leah, Namase Jamira, Nasara Emmanuel, Nasasra Grant, Nayeba Penlop, Ngoko Faith, Nimsima Christine, Nwajira Methodius, Nkamwesiga Julius, Nkesiga Seth, Nomsinguzi Kereb, Senjumva Emmanuel, Nsima Yesu Hilda, Nsongambi Mathias, Nsubuga David Mutanda, Ntambi Hamza Farhan, Ntege William, Nwahereza Innocent, Nwahereza Willington, Nwamanya Enoch, Nwasasra Helen, Nwataho Arthur, Nyamwija Irene, Obedio Edmond, Obindu Jackson, Ochom Lambert, Odar Solomon, Oding Solomon Gerald, Odong Junior Perry, Ogwang Godpius Ongom, Okalebo Daniel, Okelo Daudi, Okelo Emmanuel Isaac, Okiriama Joash, Okirol Michael, Okiria Pius, Okumu Wycliffe Musebe, Olama Jacinto, Oluk Boniface, Omojong Philip, Opileni Vivian, Orikiriza Victor, Owin Cosmos, Oyela Irene Pam. Sekaingo Geoffrey, Sekayombia Alex, Senoga Emmanuel, Senyomyo Joel, Senyonjo Musoke Marvin, Tukarwa Caroline Miria, Kalema Hillary, Tashobia Paul, Tembo Avery, P. Justin, Tukore Alex Moses, Tumusime Amos, Tumusime Christopher, Tumwijuche Catherine, Tungulu Wilson, Tusime Ronald, Tusurira John, Pinamasko Pastori, Wafula Emmanuel, Wafula Michael, Wagara Yona, Wampamba Dennis, Wandera John, Wandera Kenneth, Wanguwa Joseph, Weswa Benon, Watua Nancy Jackie, Wachenga Innocent, and Zebujenzi Peter.
Diploma in Medical Lab Technology, we have Ayebele Moses, Chiwalazi Yeko, Mutinyi Rebecca, Nafula Cynthia, Nasuna Resti, Nyanzi William, Olinga Francis.
Okay,
so Chancellor, sir.
We will start with the bachelors. Okay, by virtue of the powers vested in me, I confer upon all those persons whose names have been read the respective bachelor's degree of Kampala International University. And by virtue of the powers vested in me, I award all those persons whose names have been read the respective diploma of Kampala International University. Congratulations to all of you.
This is an announcement from the DVC Academic Affairs. Your transcripts are available, so you are advised to stay behind. You will pick them from the main hall. Mr. Chancellor, sir, I now invite the Dean, School of Pharmacy.
No, Dan, there's the School of Nursing Sciences, the one that follows. Check the booklet on page 6.
I beg your pardon, Dean, School of Pharmacy. Please excuse me. I've been corrected by the Chancellor. Let me now invite the Dean, School of Nursing. I beg your pardon.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chancellor, sir, with your permission, I would like to call upon all those who are going to be awarded diploma in nursing science to come up. Please step forward so that you can take your oath. Diploma in nursing sciences. If you're there, please step forward.
They must be attending to...
Diploma in nursing sciences. Can you make it quick?
Okay. may I appeal to the audience? We are almost there, so we thank you for your patience. We are almost there. So we have a few representatives. There are two diplomas, nursing and nursing extension, yeah? Okay.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I solemnly pledge myself before God and in the presence of this assembly to pass my life in purity and to practice my profession faithfully. I will obtain from whatever is delicious and mischievous and will not take or knowingly administer any harmful drug. I will do all in my power to maintain and develop the standard of my profession and will, with your loyalty, endeavor to aid the physician in his work and devote myself to welfare of those committed to my care.
Do you solemnly swear that you will be just and generous to all worthy members of your profession, aiding them when it will be in your powers to do so?
Yes, I do.
That into whatsoever house you shall enter, it shall be for the good of the sick, to the utmost of your power, and that you will hold yourselves distant from all temptations?
Yes, I do.
That whatsoever you shall see or hear of the lives of men and women, whether they be your patients or members of your households, you will keep inviolably secret, whether you are in the other households or among your own friends?
Yes, I do.
Congratulations. Mr. Chancellor, sir, in the name of School of Nursing Sciences and by the authority of Senate of Kampala International University, I have the honor to present the following persons for sufficient cause who have been found worthy, both in character and in learning, to be awarded the respective diplomas and congratulated for certificates. Diploma in Nursing Sciences, Ariatuha Stidia, Kavela Macklin, Tuliakira Bennett. Diploma in Nursing Sciences Extension, Abingwa Joan, Ahimbisiwe Selina, Arionget Janet, Athaire Rita, Athaire Joan, Ayebale Barnabas, Bajesiwe Elizabeth, Biamgisha Barnabas, Chepskol Patrick, Kashemile Elizabeth, Katunje Celestino, Chomgisha Patricia, Musimenta Donozio, Nishaba Auleria, Nisima Christine, Nisima Rachel, Okelo Moses, Osia Solomon Tom, Sekanjako Wahab, Tugume Wycliffe, Twinamasko Moses, and Wawili Deo. Mr. Chancellor, sir.
By virtue of the powers vested in me, I award all those persons whose names have been read the respective diploma of Kampala International University. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Congratulations. Certificate in nursing. Can you please step forward? Can I have the certificate in nursing, certificate in midwifery, and certificate in comprehensive nursing? Please hurry up.
I, Nalwega Shamia, solemnly pledge myself before God and in the presence of this assembly to pass my life in purity and to practice my profession faithfully. I will abstain from whatever is deleterious and mischievous and will not take or knowingly administer any harmful drug. I will do all in my power to maintain and elevate the standard of my profession and with loyalty endeavor to aid the physician in his work and devote myself to the welfare of those committed to my care.
Do you solemnly swear that you will be just and generous to all worthy members of your profession, aiding them when it will be in your power to do so?
Yes, I do.
That into whatsoever house you shall enter, it shall be for the good of the sick, to the utmost of your power, and that you will hold yourselves distant from all temptations?
Yes, I do.
That whatsoever you shall see or hear in the lives of men and women, whether they be your patients or members of their households, you will keep inviolably secret, whether you are in the other households or among your own friends?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Mr. Chancellor, sir.
By virtue of the powers vested in me, I congratulate all those persons who have been presented and whose names appear in the respective certificates of Kampala International University.
Congratulations. Go and serve in your profession.
School of Pharmacy.
Mr. Chancellor, sir, I now invite the Dean, School of Pharmacy.
Mr. Chancellor, sir, I'd like to take this opportunity to invite the Bachelor of Pharmacy graduates to take the oath of a pharmacist. Please, can you come forward very quickly? Bachelor of Pharmacy graduates.
They are going to take the oath.
Please, can you file out in front there and you get a representative to take the oath.
As a pharmacist, I vow to serve humanity and to support my profession's ideals and commitments. I shall be guided in all my dimensions of my life by the high standards of human conduct. I shall apply the full measure of my knowledge and abilities to supporting the healthy and well-being of all those I serve. I shall always place the needs of all those I serve above my personal interest and considerations. I shall treat all those I serve equally, fairly, with respect, regardless of gender, race, ethnicity, religion, culture, or political beliefs. I shall protect the confidentiality of personal and health information entrusted to me. I shall remain my professional knowledge and competency throughout my career. I shall support the advancement of knowledge and standards of practice in pharmacy. I shall nurture the preparation of future members of my profession. I shall use all opportunities to develop collaborative practice with all healthcare professions in my environment. In taking this solemn oath, I honor those who have supported my development as a pharmacist and commit myself never to act in a manner that is contrary to these vows. So help me God.
Mr. Vice Chancellor, sir, in the name of the School of Pharmacy and by the authority of Senate of Kampala International University, I have the honor to present the following persons for sufficient cause who have been found worthy, both in character and in learning, to be conferred upon the respective degrees. Bachelor of Pharmacy, Akelo Immaculate Aula, Alose Andren, Amina Atsuman Ikega, Adama Museven, Bawise Colin, Biwana Onismos, Wabale Aliseni, Chebet Bosco, Cherub Nastan, Grace Andy, Hadadi Daudi Deki, Jaria Caesar Timothy, Karuku Bright, Kamazima Hope, Kintu Ishmael, Natenzi Midred Malaika, Inwiko Victor, Iyisa Mugisha Dorin, Waldron Wellborn Delma, Welby Andrew. Mr. Vice Chancellor, sir.
By virtue of the powers vested in me, I confer upon all those persons whose names have been read the respective bachelor's degree of Kampala International University. Congratulations.
So in the same vein, I quickly like those, Mr. Vice Chancellor, sir, let me take this opportunity to invite the graduates for the diploma in pharmacy to take the allied health professional oath. Please, can we file that very quickly to take the oath?
I, Nasasara David, swear to fulfill to the best of my ability and judgment my duties and responsibilities as an allied health professional. I will respect the hard-won scientific gains of those physicians in whose steps I walk and gladly share such knowledge as is mine with those who are to follow. I will apply for the benefit of the sick all measures which are required, avoiding those twin traps of over-treatment and therapeutic nihilism. I will remain that there is an art medicine as well as science, and that warmth, sympathy, and understanding may outweigh the surgeon's knife or the chemist's drug. I will not be ashamed to say I know not, nor will I fear to call in my colleagues when the skills of another are needed for the patient's recovery. I will respect the privacy of my patients, for their problems are not disclosed to me that the world may know. Most especially must I treat with care in matters of life and death. If it is given me to save a life, all thanks. But it may also be within my power to take a life. This awesome responsibility must be faced with great humbleness and awareness of my own frailty. Above all, I must not play with God's creation. I will remember that I do not treat a fever chat, a cancerous growth, but a sick human being whose illness may affect the person's family and economic stability. My responsibility includes these related problems if I am to care adequately for the sick. I will remember that I remain a member of society with a special obligation to all my fellow human beings, those sounds of mind and body, as well as the mentally ill ones. If I do not violate this oath, may I enjoy life and art, respected while I live and remembered with affection thereafter. May I always act as and preserve the finest traditions of my calling, and may I long experience the joy of healing those who seek my help. So help me God.
Yeah, Mr. Vice Chancellor, sir, in the name of the School of Pharmacy and by the authority of Senate of Kampala International University, I have the honor to present the following persons for sufficient cause who have been found worthy, both in character and in learning, to be conferred upon the awarded diplomas.
Diploma in Pharmacy. We have Awango Joshua, Akampuya Catherine, Akera Win Sharon, Akidi Sarah, Aliguma Javira, Amaitum Paul, Amon Barbara, Ashabahe wa Henry, Atuhumuza Eva Virunji, Auma Sisi, Babije Sharon, Bosa Tom, Bira Joylin, Cheptop Connie, Kaganzi Edmund, Kamsime Faith, Kangume Morris, Kansime Peter, Katarira Derek Tefe, Katerega Edward, Kawaria Alan, Kenyanji Jazira, Chimbugwe Medi, Chisache Judith, Kusima Janet, Kwagala Betty, Lukoto Edward, Lumasa Emmanuel, Mangi Sevia Iwe, Matama Kevin, Mizani Kasim, Mugisha Solomon, Muhindo Flora, Muhiwa Catherine Mbambu, Mukama Asime Saimo, Muchara Aida, Musamba Isaac, Musimenta Ruth, Mutesa Sira Joseph, Mwanje Yusuf, Mwewesa Javira, Nabatanzi Pamela Nava, Nabiyo Kevin, Nabu Kenya Daisy, Naku Florence, Nalukenge Annette, Namugaru Anna Tracy, Namugenyi Jacqueline, Namuonge Grace, Nandego Shamira, Nasasra David, Natamba Kenneth, Oboi Michael, Okeo James, Okiso Okware John.
Susasiwe Glorious, Tusiwige Caroline, Wagumbo Lakibu, Waska Hashim, and Captain De Ronald. Mr. Vice Chancellor, sir.
By virtue of the powers vested in me, I award all those persons whose names have been read the respective diploma of Kampala International University. Congratulations.
Congrats.
And finally, Mr. Chancellor, sir, I now invite the Principal, College of Education, Open and Distance Learning.
Yes, can the audience give a big applause for education for the patients? Thank you very much. Yes, Principal, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Chancellor, sir, in the name of College of Education, Open and Distance Learning, and by the authority of Senate of Kampala International University, I have the honor to present the following persons for sufficient cause who have been found worthy both in character and in learning to be conferred upon respective degrees and awarded diplomas. Aram Shara Onesimus, Abba Gloria, Bachelor of Arts with Education. Adam Shara Onesimus, Abba Gloria, Abia Lazita, Ashe Mary, Ashiloshan Nase, Abeke Saibe, Agava Leonard, Agava Joseph, Agava Sulaiman, Ashalukunda, Aharukundira Halim, Ahara Mukama, Darius, Akampa Grace, Akero Grace, Akiteng Rebecca,
Akot Maureen, Akram Bukenya, Amuge Dokas, Amumpaire Joshua, Anita Katshari, Anthony Mutumba, Anyanzire, Babra, Arinda Hilary, Asime Charity, Asime Hajara, Asime Naomi, Atai Sudan, Atai Brenda, Ateri Rachel, Atkunda Godwin, Atulinda Dixon, Atulinda Judith. Augustine operate by video phone, Baguma Israel, Baguma Road, Baleki Charity, Baseka William, Bigawam Kama, Justice, Muganzi Brian, Budene Moses, Bulere Harriet, Chebet Olive, Chemtai Sarah, Chepchumba Violet, Cheptegel, Raspa, Chupte Edgar, Dushime Gilbert, Orongo Martin, Georgia Nabimanya, Gimeni, Habat, Hafasha Ferdinand, Hanifa Naku, Helen Natavi, Ivanda Magu, Chivil John, Joseph Lugada, Jotham Tarunga, Judith Ario, Kagada Living, Kajeche Moses, Kakama Edgar, Kamba Martin, Kamkama Amza, Kanabi Vincent, Karhanga Thompson, Karyechi Sarah, Katshare Malam, Katshare Zubeda, Kayonde Jibat, Kebi Christoph, Kenigisha Shunan, Kitro Peach Milton, Sasha Jonah, Komjun Lilian, Kulova Ivani, Kwarsima Agnes, Chosima Mary, Chomjisha Joanita, Chosimre Gloria, Lalam Susan, Lilian Kalaberi, Malira Maureen, Masereka Innocent, Masiro Sharon, Mabo Katumuhewa, Mugeni Ronald, Muhinda Anthony, Muhemza Ruth, Mukisa Isaac, Murera Ismail, Musazi Siraji, Musinguzi Chris, Musevia Jonathan. Musende Derek, Muona Vincent, Moresa Johnson, Mwesiga Alan, Nava Gesera Grace, Nava Gulani Gertrude, Nava Kema, Navankema Mary Godet, Navasa Rona, Navimanya Ivrin, Navire Benita, Nadasha Susan, Nagudi Patrick, Nahurira Job, Najuma Lazia, Nakai Salma, Nachirinda Shakila, Nakayombia, Mildred, Nalubanga Stella, Nalutaya Aisha, Naranga Agnes, Namagembe Mildred, Namazi Grace, Navunya Agnes Catherine, Navema Kamida, Nangai Patrick, Kankunda Lillian, Namene Sauba, Nantamba Fazira, Nataza Josephine, Nanyanzi Morin, Nasasira Jacqueline, Natamba Brian, Natkunda Evisa, Navuvia Virginia, Nayama Funge, Olivia, Ndayuke Sabit, Ndawa Dennis, Nelson Mandela Obeke, Mfunyeku Enoch, Ngovi Joel, Niwandinda Seviasi, Nkonene Ronald, Niwagawa Rita, Niwahereza Washington, Niwahereza Esther, Niwamanya Godfrey, Niwanyesiga Koreb, Odong William, Omwesigwa Bruce, Ogomu Roy Kwechinya, Onyinye Rogers, Opio Bone, Pendun William, Pere Aldo, Rogers Muhoz, Saturday Steven, Sarah Susan Dores, Celia, Sikolia Victor, Sebugeni Charles, Sechide Dennis, Sechiranda Erickson, Senyonga Samson, Seranga Siasa, Sewanyana Jonathan, Sumaya Nachisuyi, Sumaya Nandita, Tone Rubega, Tuhaise Babra, Kwasiwe Zamra, Tumhimbise Allen, Tumweraze Julius. Tulinawe gift, Shemerire, Rashiba, Singwire Florence, Tracy J. Kenneth, Pijuche Ile, Pinamasko Bailon, Wako Delik, Wako Isifu, Wangoloba, Wangola, Biko Elik, Yeko Daniel, Sembatia Henry, Nachsirinya Harriet, Chiga Bright, Nsumba Dennis, Akankwasa Kenneth, Namas Grace, Chintu Paul, Mukaya Grace, Nwandinda Nelson, Nandudu Mariam Kivisi, Babirie Charity, Nakaziwe Sharifa. And Chelotich Laya, Katshave Anita, Chelotich Levi, Swike Peter, Narubanga Steya. Bachelor of Science with Education. Akampulira Gerard, Amodan Joshua, Alinda Brian, Asine Viola, Asine Clinton, Islam Miza, Kamagana Michael, Komugene Samuel, Kato Moses, Kenneth Wanune, Shoshabire Persons, Mulinga Daniel, Manzi Victor, Mujisha Salim, Mwanja Clement, Mwebaze Ivan, Namuheni Maureen, Namuyanja Hilda, Nasali Shadia, Nseja Kenneth, Nterekene Sulaiman, Nile Bosco, Odom Charles Stephen, Ogal James Michael, Ojuku Jonan, Ochilia Isaac, Senlinde John, Twebaze Godias, Presije Evelyn, Barge Dusha John, Bohaka Landers, Atwine Brian, and Atwine Brian, Bachelor of Education, Adam Yasin, Muhumza Ruth, Amanya Annette Annabella, Ampere Arnold, Asime Francis, Asime Masse, Brambale David, Biamgusha Wilberforce, Biamkama Dennis, Christine Nasasira, Kabandize Gilvase, Mubangize Richard, Muheza Wilbert, Muhinda Johnson, Mukasa Edmond, Musimeta Evase.
Just a second. The students of education, you haven't yet been conferred upon. So I don't know where you are heading. So if you want, we can withdraw. Please do sit and wait. We are almost there. Yes, proceed.
Thank you. Musimenta Evase, Mutabi Dominic, Asime Majuma, Namanya Nathan, Nanyanga Saidat, Ndiabashka Tasiano, Nsubuga Brian, Chotera, Okelo Margaret, Onekalit Richard, Sesanga Hamza, Tukashava Kasim, Turya Hawe Asa, Turya
tulyahirwa Kebrace Peace, Uwizero Jovina, Wilberforce Zake Areine, Mumbere Brian, Pinomujuni Allen, Tumshave Restetu, Masco Bernard, Kiza Idris, Mbanjira Wilson, Kagala Living, and Juma Wandela. Bachelor of Education in Special Needs Education. How can Leonard, Bapera Seyende, Monlot Emmanuel, Bachelor of Education in Early Childhood and Primary Education, Longoli Rose, Nakabiwa Margaret, Bachelor of Education with Guidance and Counseling, Kasime Justin, Bachelor of Education Arts Secondary, Damonera Isaac Mayombe, Kinta Sheila, Kubete Teda Paul, Wandera Alex Odell, Esep Martin, Bachelor of Education Arts Primary, Hamangi Scovia, Apio Susan, Bonabana Josephine, Gududu Kenneth, Gunoba Abusaliwa Ahmed, Jackson Okurut, Kateki Florence, Kia Grace, Korean Reina, Mons Isa, Nabugodi Glorious Masaba, Nasirungi Christine, David Mama Emmanuel, Uyadera Sarah, Ogora Sabina Sally, Otium Osino James, Wabile Martin, Wandera Shans, Akango William, Kiwanuka Grace, Bachelor of Education Science Secondary, Bailokan Nongo Robert, Bachelor of Education Science Primary, Hagwa Abubakar, Jude Martin, Kiyimba Christopher, Osuke George Martin, Ruth Bamange, Namanya Norman. Mr. Chancellor, sir, I pause for the conferment.
Okay, thank you. By virtue of the powers vested in me, I confer upon all those persons whose names have been read the respective bachelor's degree of Kampala International University, and congratulations.
All graduates of diploma in education should stand and remain standing while I read the names. Diploma in secondary education, Hanebona Sophia, Benson Akakwasa, Milia Nambozo, Muyanisa Sila, Muyawatom, Ondegire Mary Jackin, Tubeha May Caroline, Diploma in primary education, Hakam Sarah Beatrice, Adeke Alice Janet, Hagaba Paul, Amayire Joseph, Andega Rauma, Harry Raymond, Haruma Justin, Begumi Sir Edwin, Businge Rona, Hebudi Jacob, Ekamo Hemalu Moses, Guma Richard, Hidi Bin Akimo, Matsu Mesingwe Justin, Kiriba Kimo Ahmad, Masiko Innocent, Mayanja Obadia, Muru Musa Safan, Mukunu Richard, Nabu Reflex, Nabu Nika Victoria, Nadembe Rosemary, Nadegane Beatrice, Natsukasa Alex, Ningok Geoffrey, Nyede Ebedi, Okumok Geoffrey, Opio Bernard, Osene Gavas, Timbi Wewal Olivius, Suamizere Juniors, Bamogaya Frederick, Baluku Jeffal, Kohare Stella, Grace, Mumbere Godless, Anilate Dafi, Muabura Zodia, Barijuka Enisam, Diploma in Early Childhood and Primary Education. Shozira Juliet. Mr. Chancellor, sir.
By virtue of the powers vested in me, I award all those persons whose names have been read the respective diploma of Kampala International University. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Chancellor.
Thank you very much. I now take the honor to invite the Chancellor to dissolve the congregation.
Ladies and gentlemen, before I dissolve
the congregation, I want to take this opportunity to thank our chief guests for staying this long and be with us for the entire time of the occasion. We pray to the good Lord to give you more health and bring you back again to work with KIU, support us, and the ED, National Council for Higher Education. We are so gratified that you've been here the whole day. Chairperson of Council and the Council members, and of course our Chairman, Board of Trustees, and our distinguished guests who have come, our parents, and all our graduates. Secondly, I wish to announce, as I mentioned in my speech, that all those students or graduates who have any issues, please come back on Monday to the offices. If they have not issued your document, there is no need to panic. We signed all your academic documents. They are ready. But if you are advised to return on Monday or in the course of the week, please do comply. The parents, some parents are anxious. Your children or all the students, the boys and girls, the males and females, whatever they tell you, if you do not get correct information from them, please come to our offices. Let me introduce again to you Dr. Sophie. Please, Dr. Sophie, stand up. She's the DVC Academic Affairs. She will handle all queries, and we are here to help you. We thank you. Basebo ne banyabo mbasaba naddala abazadde. Mulimu abazadde abaganyo okuwuliriza tubagambye boba. I now have the singular honor to dissolve the assembly. By virtue of the authority vested in me, I hereby declare this assembly dissolved. And thank you very much.
Can we stand up as the band plays? Thank you, band. You are requested to stay standing. We are leaving in reverse order. The procession will leave the graduation ground first, then the rest of us will follow. Mr. DJ, you can play a song that is going to accompany the procession of the graduation ground. And let me also make this announcement. We are going to enter inside to remove the guards. Our invited guests. Oh, okay, give me a second. The invited guests and our VIPs, we are going to enter here to the Chancellor's bedroom. We shall change. Then after that, we shall head to the library for lunch. Okay, Mr. DJ. We are going to the Chancellor's chambers to change. Then we shall head for lunch in the library.